Okay, so we got members trickling in. We have some of our partners from elected officials who are present tonight. Let's see. We're going to be waiting for a quorum of community of CB12 board members. In the meantime, if it is your first meeting, welcome. We hope it's not the first nor the last time that we see you. Most of the work takes place at the committee meeting, and which you can find on our website online, and you can check out the calendar and even subscribe to the calendar of events. I see Mary has her hand up in the meantime. Hey, Mary.
I need to turn up the volume on my computer, but that doesn't come up when there's when there's screen sharing.
Oh, interesting. Are you on a laptop?
At least on mine, huh?
Are you on a laptop?
Yeah.
Is your entire screen the Zoom? Like, is your entire screen taken up by the Zoom?
Yeah. I mean, well, yeah. I mean, you know, with the you know, the panelists plus the screen share to sign up for the public session.
Yeah, there should be. I'm a Mac user, so it's usually.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Oh.
See, that's going to be the problem. I won't be able to hear anything.
Mary,
I can't turn up my volume.
Can you hear me now?
No, it's because I have to turn up the volume on my laptop. I can
Mary,
barely hear you.
Mary, I'm going to. Can you hear me now?
Not very well.
Kathy, she will not hear you. She has problem with her computer. Let me call her to see if I can help.
Now it's showing up. Okay, so let me see if I can.
So you can put it all, slide it or press it all the way to the top.
Let me. I can do it now.
Okay.
The reason why that's happening is because of screen sharing. So when I reshare the screen, all you have to do on your keyboard on the top left corner is click on the E.
The what? Oh, the ESC.
And that should be able. Yeah, sorry, ESC. Once I screen share, just click on that, and you'll be able to play with your volume.
Okay, but I've got it taken care of now. So.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. So now. Okay.
Okay, so I know Angel, we were screen sharing. We're gonna wait a little bit before we screen share again, just to establish quorum for this meeting. The time is 6:33. If you just dropped in, welcome. Thank you everyone for joining.
Catherine, you're muted.
Happy Valentine's Day, everybody.
Thank you. How silly of me. I don't. Was that Dan? Oh wow, Danny, look at that.
Yeah, I'm painting.
We got the
windows
holiday
right
season. Oh, that's what's up. That's beautiful.
now. It's Valentine's Day at Cañada right now, so I'm like trying to finish up here so that I could be attentive to the meeting and all that stuff. This is what I've been getting busy with.
Just letting you know we're still 5 short to get to quorum.
Oh, no.
Thank you. So we'll give some folks a few minutes. That's amazing, Danny. So glad. So board members, members of the public, if you walk through the Dykeman area and you get to see all the beautiful murals, our own CB12 member, Daniel Bonilla.
I'm trying to uplift our community and all that good stuff, you know?
That's what's up. No, Lisa, so folks who are members of the public, this is a webinar, and so webinar functions on Zoom do limit your ability to see. When your time comes up to speak, we will be able to see you if you do have your camera on. As of right now, you should just be seeing your community board 12 board members who will be visible in different moments, as well as some of our elected official reps. Great. So I'm seeing more squares come in.
Is this like your first meeting as chair?
It is.
Oh, nice. Look at that.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome to the 2023, you know?
I know. I'm a little nervous. I'm excited. I'm feeling it all.
Yeah.
You'll be great.
You're doing a great job. You're doing a great job so far. So I love it.
Thank you. This is a we, right? This is a meeting of us. So it takes all of us to have a great experience and to keep us on track. So I appreciate that, and definitely see it as a collaboration. And we got a full team now. So I will introduce some folks because I do know we have new board members as well. Just looking for my slideshow. All right, I think actually, I know it's the time 6:37. We have a full agenda. What I will do actually, until we get settled, Jumi, you let me know when you're ready to go back to screen sharing, is I will share my screen.
Ready whenever you need me.
Oh, okay, perfect. I just wanted to make sure quorum's good.
You have quorum.
Okay, cool. So go ahead and screen share, Jumi. Recording, we're live on YouTube. We ready recording. If it slows down for folks or you have technical issues, let us know. We're moving and grooving. Cool. So public session, if folks do, I'm going to just reiterate it before we move on. If folks do join, again, please use the Q&A to enter your name if you want to speak. If you're with an organization or any group who would like to speak, go ahead and join. You would have 2 minutes. And Simari Hernandez, who is our second vice chair, will respond. And we estimate that we will start the public session around 7:30. And do we have quorum yet or no?
Catherine, you have quorum. You're good. You're good to go.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed that. All right, let me just look for my points. All right, so let's move on to the next slide just to kind of get us started. We sent around just there's some new expectations. We're a new crew that are being developed. And so we also have brand new board members who are joining for the first time. So we do follow Robert's Rule of Orders or parliamentary procedure in this meeting. And so to be able to speak, you have to be a community board 12 member. In order to speak, please use the raise hand function. We're a team that will be noting stacks down, please, and you'll be identified and you can unmute or mute. If you do have technical difficulties during this meeting, that's what the chat is on for. So please feel free to write that there. If you would like to speak in the public session, use the Q&A. Our meetings are not the space of the general meeting, at least. We don't engage in a back and forth discussion. Oftentimes we do have points or comments that are shared especially during public session, and we as board members are only able to ask clarifying questions. Please reach out to us. Our district manager is on the screen. Committee chairs as well will identify themselves. And so, the work of the board, excuse me, takes place at the committee, not at our general meeting. And so this is really about an ongoing discussion, right, that takes place in other spaces. Again, the chat function is back on. So we're going to be sticking to using it just for questions related, let's say, to technical difficulties, as I said. And if, for example, you are giving a presentation and you would like to put a link in the chat or a newsletter link or whatever it might be, especially some of our elected representatives that are here today can enter it in the chat. If you do say something aloud, or if there's a link that you're going to be including it in the chat, make sure please that you do say that on the record verbally. We have a lot of items on our agenda. There's so much more work to do. The general meeting's not the end all be all, right? It's just a taste of what we do. The work again is at the committee. So let's please stick to our time constraints of 2 minutes per person. We want to also make sure that we get diversity of voices at our general meeting. So being able to speak within your time frame will allow for more voices to be heard. And we have our first vice chair, Angel Vasquez, who will be keeping time this evening. Right. And I think we can move on to the next slide. Cool. So this is also just a visual representative for folks who are from the public. All board members have received this evening's agenda. And if you give me a second, I'm losing my screen. And I did not call this meeting formally to order, so I apologize for that. I should have called the meeting to order at about 6:40 p.m. The time is now 6:42. Okay, is there a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved. This is Liz Ritter.
Thank you, Liz. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Osi. Are there any objections? Okay, hearing none, January 2023's agenda has been adopted. We're going to move on to the adoption of the December 2022 minutes. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes?
I make that motion.
Thank you, Mary. Is there a
Mary.
second?
I'll second. Daryl.
I just have
Darryl.
I'm sorry. I just have one comment though. And I know,
For the minutes?
yeah.
Okay.
I know that it was Barbara's first time taking the minutes, and I really appreciate the great minutes that she took. But if it can be labeled general meeting minutes instead of meeting minutes, because we need to, be clear on what minutes these are.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay, we'll make that amendment. Ebenezer, if you can make that a note so when we add it online. Is there any objections for the adoption of the minutes? Okay, hearing none, the 2022 minutes are adopted. We're going to move on to the chair report on our next slide, please. This weekend, there was a beautiful memorial on Saturday in honor of Sally Fisher. It was also the first time I think many of us board members were able to see each other in person. And so I wanted to also share and acknowledge that it took place on Saturday at St. John's the Divine. Sally was a key member of our board, of our community, incredibly passionate in the space of environmental justice, especially. And so I did want to share that, part of our communication, especially on behalf of the board, of, how can we honor, how does the families in particular see us honoring Sally Fisher. They did share that contributions can be made in memoriam of the projects that she, gave so much of her time and energy to, which is the Friends of Inwood Hill Park and Fountain House Gallery. On that note, I also would like to welcome not one, but 2 brand new board members. Jody where's Jody at? Let's see, is she on the screen? Jody Harrison, am I butchering your last name?
You are. Jody.
Okay, Jody Harrison, welcome. She was appointed earlier this month. And as of yesterday, we had Anthony Viola.
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, welcome, Anthony.
Thank you.
It's crazy for this to be, your first board meeting, general meetings. It's a lot, but I know, you'll be appointed soon to your committees, and I know we will continue to see on the screen, and folks will be able to share soon. This month, we also launched early January, our first internal board member newsletter. If you didn't receive it, please make sure to connect with our staff to make sure that you receive all future emails, and that your email within our listserv platform is updated. And I hope that it was helpful. Again, any feedback, there will continue to be monthly newsletters to make it easy, accessible to access links. In terms of committee assignments, there will be changes in the upcoming months. Within the newsletter and within my signature, you'll always find a link to my calendar. So if you'd like to schedule one-to-one to discuss your committee assignments or have any questions at all, feel free to always reach out. And then we can go to the next slide. Excellent, thank you. So just want to give a teaser. Sorry to some of my chairs if I steal the thunder a bit, but I do know that these are some hot topics that have been developing from day to day, and I wanted to start with that. So the Asphalt Art Activations RFQ for our community artists closes on the 1st of February. So please feel free to share that out widely for folks who are in the call. Second, around the Link 5G towers, I wanted to share a quick update we received yesterday. I know the staff, as well as MBPO, did receive images and concerns of construction that started that was not scheduled to start and that we did not receive notice for starting. And so from the Office of OTI, we did receive notice that they did stop construction at that site, that if folks were there, if you do see people at that site today, or you may see them tomorrow, it's to clean up any hazards on the curb. So the request to stop construction did go through, and they will be present at our next traffic and transportation meeting. Thank you, Liz. OTI is the Office of Tech and Innovation that is overseeing the 3 5G towers that will be installed or proposed to install, on Fort Washington Avenues, and I believe one on Nagel Avenue. So they will be presenting about this at the Traffic and Transportation Committee on February 6th. So please, we will disseminate that. It's on our website as well. So if you have any questions or are concerns, and I know we've gotten many comments, please share out that invitation. And the last thing, because I'm probably over my time, is that who and what is the community board? I want to save the date. Lots of new members, as we've been engaging with in this last month, have asked they want to see each other in person, want to know more about the community board as well. And so we're going to host a mixer, and we're going to work throughout the district. So stay tuned for a flyer with the date and time, and that's going to be at Chelas. I want to publicly give a big thanks to Domingo and to Francisco, who are working to make that happen, who want to be able to kind of create that space. And so if you do want to be part of a host committee for multiple board member mixers, please reach out to me. And so we can set up the group together who will be hosting these mixers. All right, and that concludes my chair report. I don't see any hands.
I have my hand up.
I had my hand up for like 5 minutes.
Apology. My panelist. Okay, here we go. I see them. Sorry. So I have Aisha, then no, OC, Aisha, Liz. Go ahead, OC.
Okay, I had a little small comment in regards to the minutes. Please indicate who was absent, not just who was present at the meeting. And so going forward, I think it will be beneficial to see that. Thank you.
Okay. Aisha?
So I'm just curious, and we had discussed this at the land use meeting in regards to, and it's not on the screen right now, so forgive me if I don't remember the exact title of it, but the IT related 5G towers initiative. it's being heard in traffic and transportation while there's a IT task force. So I'm just curious why that is being done that way.
Yeah, well, the IT towers had multiple intersections. So for example, health and environment was actually where most of the requests went to. But given that they're being installed in the sidewalk and originally the agenda for H&E was packed, it was decided in order to make this happen quickly, traffic and transportation, and because of the purview of the sidewalks and some of the concerns around homeowners in that area in terms of concerns of, let's say, them falling, that's why traffic and transportation was the fastest space that we can get it to go.
Okay, thank you.
Liz?
I'm happy to work on mixers.
Awesome.
And I love the idea. I assume we'd be doing more than one in different areas of the board. Love that.
Big district. We're gonna move all the way from 157 to the border.
Oh, OTI used to be Do It, the agency
Yes.
formerly known as Do It.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Cool. You're welcome. All right. So seeing no other hands, we're gonna move on to our district manager's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Always a pleasure being here. I just want to say congratulations to you and the new team. Welcome, Catherine Diaz as a chairperson, Angel Vasquez as a first vice chair, Simari Hernandez as a second vice chair, Barbara Fraser as a secretary, and Jumirna Alcover as assistant secretary, and Michelle Lee as the treasurer. Welcome on board. Looking forward to continue working with you. We started working since the end of last month. And I also want to say thank you to the past chairperson, Mr. Eleazar Bueno, and thank you for his leadership to the difficult times of COVID-19. Going straight to my report, last week at the District Service Company meeting, we have a very productive meeting where we have several discussions. The main discussion that we had was about the train station in Community Board 12, in District 12. You may recall that last year in January, when I did my report, I mentioned that Council Member De La Rosa attend the meeting as Council Member, the first meeting that she attended as a Council Member last year. And she requests that if it's possible to have a special report from the agencies that have to do with the train station in the district. This means also including social services, On Point NYC, the police department, et cetera, et cetera. So I did that. And since January last year, I have a section in the agenda for the District Service Cabinet meeting when this agency have to report what happened or what they have done in order to maintain and improve the train station in our district. Councilmember De La Rosa attended this last week, the meeting as well, and she was very disappointed with the report from DOT and the other agencies, and she said that the West 191st Street tunnel was bad with a lot of garbage and must be cleaning more often, because DOT report that they clean the tunnel every other week, twice a month. And she's, was very upset that why it's not cleaning with more frequency. And also she stated that it was funds allocated there to do the more cleaning, et cetera, et cetera. And she said that she will request a memorandum of understanding from Commissioner Idanis Rodriguez and also Commissioner Pinkar and the Commissioner from Sanitation to find out the agency's responsibilities around the tunnel. And she was very passionate when she defends her position. We don't know what happened over the weekend. The tunnel was clean. All the graffiti was wiped out. And then the community is upset because the graffiti that was there, the murals that were there as art were was painted over with white paint. We were not notified about it. We don't know if DOT has a plan to create new murals. We are in communication, but we haven't received any response yet. So we are moving every month, to discuss these items that affect the community because of the overlapping jurisdictions in our district, and the agency do not respond in the way we expect, and they pointed the finger to say it's not our responsibility, it's the other agency responsibility. A similar issue like this one we have for over how many years, since 2014 that I'm working with this issue, is on the pathway to the Little Red Lighthouse. We have similar situation where a few agencies overlap in the jurisdiction and nobody wants to take responsibility. The Department of Park and Recreation called me early this month to have a site visit, but the representative from Parks Department did not attend the meeting last week. So I am working personally on these two cases that the overlapping jurisdiction are not yielding the good service that our community deserves, because agency reporting is not mine, is yours or is somebody else. So we're working on that. We'll keep you posted. Last week also during the district service cabinet meeting, Julio Batista reported that there was a slight increase in the hospital, in the New York Presbyterian Hospital and the Melstin in the COVID cases. He says that there were 432 cases early this month, and 41 patients were in intensive care unit. Also, I don't know if you are aware of an issue that happened on December 29 on West 163rd Street between Broadway and Fort Washington. A resident was sick and his family called the 911, and an ambulance was sent to respond this emergency. And the gentleman was found unconscious on his living room, and the paramedic brought him down to the street. And when he was on the street, he woke up and realized that he was on the street, and he refused to go to the hospital. At that point, the paramedics hit him, and a fight started with the two paramedics and the patient, to the point that he was to be put into control with a chokehold, and they inject something to control him and bring it to the hospital. These residents, they suing the hospital because of this treatment. So I asked Julio Batista to inform us about this matter, if we can detail about it. Mr. Julio Batista confirmed that the two paramedics involved in the December 29, 2022 incidents at West 153rd Street, they work for the New York Presbyterian Hospital. However, he doesn't want to make any comment because it was under investigation. He confirmed that the two paramedics were suspended. This is the most important headline for last week district service cabinet meeting. Now, I just want to call the attention to the committee chairs. Committee chairs, the calendar was sent to you this afternoon with the information that we have, and also the back of the calendar as well. You may receive in the email that we send you that I am missing a few committees agenda items for February. Please respond to me tonight, or tomorrow morning, no later than 9 o'clock, so we can complete the calendar and send it out to the community to give them official notification of the meetings in February. This is the end of my report. Is there any question?
Chair,
Yes,
yes, there are
sorry.
3 questions.
Sorry about that, guys. Isidro, Liz, Mary, in that order.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Ebenezer, great job running the district cabinet meeting. A little bit disappointed on how at that time, which was Thursday, we had a representative from DOT at this meeting, and he didn't have anything to report on the tunnel. Taking into account that was a really hot item on the agenda. The council member, as you indicated, was there. And for him not to have anything to report to the community board is mind-blowing, taking into account that the tunnel would have been painted the next day. So either he's not being informed by DOT, or DOT took an impromptu action by the demands that were made by the community board. Either way, it sends a red flag that things need to improve in communicating with DOT and CB12. It was appalling to see that, as you know, at this meeting, that nothing was reported about the tunnel, and surprisingly, practically the next day, the tunnel was painted. It's something that perhaps you want to readdress the next month, because this issue cannot be let go without any comments on how we're going to communicate with DOT. Great job running the meeting, by the way. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it will be on the agenda for next month. Mary Anderson? I come back to you, Mary. Liz Reader?
Yeah, Liz was
Yeah,
first.
thank you. I just wanted to say that to the extent that you have agencies doing walkthroughs on issues that relate to my committee, I would love to have the details on when that's happening so that if I'm available, I can join. I'm particularly concerned about that whole pathway going down to the Little Red Lighthouse. So if you let me know when it is, I would love to get in on that. And, you know, you can give me the details offline.
Sure, I will do that.
Appreciate it.
Mary, are you ready?
Yep. I just wanted to say I did send in the agenda, so you should have it. I was surprised to see that it wasn't on the
I will look again. I didn't see it. Sometimes you send it via Google, and it's a little challenge for me from the office email to retrieve it. I will look it tomorrow. Thank you for letting me know.
I sent it right after I sent the minutes, because I had to, you know, do some adjustments. So
okay, thank
if
you
you
for
don't have
letting me know.
it, email me. Or
Okay, thank you. Domingo?
Okay.
Hey, Ebenezer. Yeah, so back to the communication. This seems to be a trend. Even when the whole bike lanes in Amsterdam were happening, that local residents weren't even leafleted or communicated around stuff that's happening. I think we're gonna have to figure out a way of truly demanding from DOT that our community be taken into account and listened to, and at least, you know, put in a path of just communicating stuff that's happening in a timely manner. Happening all over the city, and I think it's important for us to truly begin to seek better communication strategies by the Department of Transportation, and not just see these as isolated events. It seems to be a pattern at this point.
I agree with you, Domingo, and we need to follow up. And I'm very surprised because the commissioner for the Department of Transportation at this time, he has a good tie with our community. So I don't know what's happening here. We need to maybe speak directly to him. Jay Baez?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment on the 191st tunnel from the A train. Based on what you said, that DOT hasn't responded whether they're gonna do a new mural. They were quoted by a reporter today saying that they would. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Jay, for letting us know. Aisha?
Hi, yeah, so I just wanted to further elevate Domingo's comments and add on the fact that this is that concern that he has just stated, the disconnect that exists, the lack of including the community in actions that are taking place has been going on for some time. It is something that we raised during the Haven Plaza debate before the Haven Plaza was implemented, the fact that the community was not engaged at the level that they should have. But also, I have also raised the same issues in regards to how agencies are dealing with our board in general as stakeholders and partners in our own community. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and hopefully that's something that we definitely can address.
Thank you, Aisha. Steve Simon?
Ebenezer, at the First of all, we're talking about the 191st Street tunnel to the IRT. There seems to be a little confusion on this. And your slide refers to 190th Street. That's on the A train. But did you tell the executive committee that the sanitation department has agreed that it will take over the cleaning of that tunnel at 191?
Yes, you remember last month, I reported that because the representative from DOT at the December District Service Cabinet meeting said that he just received that information from City Hall that it was a new program that the Department of Sanitation gonna take over the tunnel. That news was a surprise to me and also from the superintendent from sanitation in the December District Service Cabinet meeting. So this month in January, so when I had the meeting last week, the DOT representative, he denied saying that or saying that no, he didn't mean that they cleaning the tunnel, DOT is cleaning the tunnel every other week. So nothing happened about it. I tried to reach in December CAU, but my contact was on vacation and she never got back to me on that matter. But it looks like what was announced in December is not a reality at this time. But we're following up. I am very disappointed and perplexed with what happens. Zero communication with DOT, an agency that I have a good time because I used to work there. I used to have a good relationship with them, but I don't know what happened with the communication. And like I said before, the actual commissioner has a lot of tie with our community. What's happening? I don't know, but we're going to follow up. We're going to give up. Tanya.
Sorry, just to recognize for order, Faye will be the last time.
Tanya and Faye?
Oh, Tanya? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear my name. Yeah, I just wanted to, thanks first of all for bringing this to the attention of what happened. I just wanted to reiterate just for record that yes, the communication issues with DOT has definitely been a problem for years as was stated earlier. I know that I've definitely had issues with the lack of communication. They've come before committees that I've been on when they had proposals, but there's been failure to engage the community, and that includes things like the open restaurants program and as well as the Dyckman Plaza and other things where community input was missing. And so I think it's imperative because this situation like this is what happens when agencies are not held accountable for their patterns. But it's definitely something that I know has been brought up over the years numerous times, and I hope that this time there will be a change in their engagement in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Faye?
Thank you and good evening, everyone. Yes, I cannot agree enough with everyone. I'm really surprised that when I read the article, that they did not involve us. And whatever conversation the commissioner and those working along with him in moving forward, I think this actually it's might be sending a message that keep on ignoring our board. It's something that may develop into a pattern that I really hope that the commissioner contact us and really tell us why exactly we were not included. Aside from that, one thing that I wanted to speak about is that whatever development they are planning on coming on, I hope that they consider it not only involving us, but actually to provide us the opportunity also to say exactly what are the unfolding changes that we would like to see as a community. One thing that I wanted to suggest is that they really pay attention to security in there. They can paint it like heaven, but if they don't put security in there, it's useless. And another thing is also the floor. They should consider the floor on that tunnel. This is really disgusting the way it looks as it is. So these are my comments, and I want to thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Fred. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ebenezer. So we are now at the public session.
Madam Chair, we're actually at elected officials reports.
Oh, Wow, I'm like antsy. I'm so sorry. All right, let me pull up the list. I got my list in order. All right, so first up we have Jodalis Morang from Senator Jackson's office.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. So Senator Jackson has returned to Albany for the legislative session, which began earlier this month and will go through June, where he looks forward to advocating for all of you. You may have heard about the thousands of nurses that went on strike earlier this month. We're proud to report that Senator Jackson's nurses overtime bill was signed into law. This bill will impose monetary fines on employers who do not follow the mandatory overtime laws. We hope that this will improve patient care, mental health, and reduce burnout. This month, constituents reached out to our office about inadequate housing conditions, negligent landlords, the 5G link towers that Catherine referenced, and Governor Hochul's nominee to Chief Justice for the New York State Court of Appeals, LaSalle. Regarding the 5G towers, we met with concerned residents and provided information on the process and role of community input. So we were glad to hear that the work has been paused. And last week, the Judiciary Committee of the Senate held a hearing and voted against the nomination of Justice LaSalle. Senator Jackson was one of the first senators to publicly state his opposition to this candidate, and we wanted to thank all of the constituents who called to express their views on the matter. As a reminder, our office is located at 5030 Broadway, Suite 701. We assist constituents by appointment, which can be made by calling 212-544-0173. Our office is hiring a full-time community liaison. Interested candidates should email their resume to jackson@nysenate.gov and include full-time community liaison in the subject line. And lastly, our office is still accepting funding requests. If your organization would like to be considered for grants, please send a letter to jackson@nysenate.gov on your organization's letterhead by January 31st, 2023. Your request should include the amount of funds you're requesting for programming or administrative costs, a description of the project, and the work your organization provides benefiting the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Jodalis. And Jodalis, you got a chat now, so you can drop the phone number and the email. All right, we're gonna move on to Jamila Sandoval from Councilmember Carmen de la Rosa's office.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Your time starts now, Jamila.
Thank you, Angel. Congrats to the new elected chairs and co-chairs. Very happy to see you guys doing your thing. You guys kind of took away, kind of spoke about my report, which is going to be about the tunnel. You know, this tunnel has been an issue for our office since the very beginning. We have been discussing it since last January. You know, hearing report backs from during the district cabinet meetings, and sometimes, unfortunately, most of the times there wasn't much report back on that. Even though Ebenezer was continuously asking for reports and updates. As we all know, it was painted over, and we have continued to. Once we found out on Saturday morning, we started. You know, making efforts to find organizations that are willing to work with DOT to bring the art back to the location. Our ask was to clean the tunnel, to keep the cleanliness, to focus on that. And unfortunately, the paint job was part of that job, but we will not stop advocating on behalf of that. And we will continue having a conversation with DOT for the updates, and especially with the DOT, Department of Sanitation, Corner Project, and other agencies that are involved with making sure that the tunnel is not only clean, but also safe for everyone who passes by. In regards to the 5G link towers, we know it's going to come to the community board. So our office is going to be doing outreach and putting posters up so that people know where they can voice their concerns and how they can enter the community board meeting that's happening on February 6th. We're going to start doing that outreach next week throughout the areas that is allocated, that has been chosen for these towers. Like you guys have said already, the work was stopped at a certain location, and the neighbors of that area were very happy to hear that because it was not approved just yet. So we're not sure how the construction has started. But in terms of upcoming events, just to move on to that, we're having a town hall tomorrow night at 6 p.m. at the Alianza Cultural Center on 166 for small businesses. We hope to have about 40 to 50 businesses represented there. We're going to have SBS, Office of Nightlife. The bid will be represented, Women's Chambers of Commerce, Washington Heights Chamber of Commerce, and more will be present to be panelists and answer questions for our small business owners. And then we're starting our discretionary funding application has officially opened. So we'll be doing our budget forum on February 2nd at 6 p.m. That's via Zoom. You can RSVP via Carmen De La Rosa's social media or through email, which I'll put in the chat in a moment. And just to emphasize that our office is on 177 and Wadsworth. I'll put the information as well in the chat, and I'll put my contact information. We're there Monday through Friday, and I'll share my contact.
Time is up,
as well.
Jamila.
Thank you.
Thanks. You have one hand, Jamila, from Liz Ritter.
Yeah, I just would appreciate it if you would pass on to the councilwoman my appreciation as a constituent and as the chair of the Parks and Cultural Affairs Committee for her standing up for, DOT just rolling over that set of murals. Plenty has been said, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I really appreciate the council member taking quick action on that.
Awesome.
Thank you, Liz.
so
I'll definitely
much.
share that with her.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jamila. Next up, we have Benny Toribio from Assemblymember Al Taylor's office. Benny, whenever you're ready. Okay, we'll circle back to you, Benny. If anything, chat us and when you're ready to speak. Next up, we have Chris Espinosa from Assemblymember Manny de los Santos' office.
Chris,
Hello, everyone.
your time starts now. 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Christopher. I'm the Director of Community Affairs for Assemblymember Manny de los Santos. First and foremost, he would have loved to have been on the call, but he's actually in Albany today. And our office, this upcoming tomorrow and Thursday, we are going to have a community health event here at the district office at 210 Sherman Avenue. The Assembly member also wanted to express that he's working closely with the governor in her announcement of $1 billion in investment in mental health, and also the creation of 800,000 new affordable housing units throughout New York City. He also wanted to express that he is working closely with advocates in Albany to make sure that this year and this legislative session that the good cause eviction bills it gets passed, clean slate, and a number of other bills here in our state of New York. And if you ever want to reach out to our office is located at 210 Sherman Avenue. We're right here on the first floor. The office number is 212-544-2278. You can also reach us for any inquiries when it comes to legislation that the Assembly member is sponsoring. And also we are calling on community board members and community members if they have any ideas or anything that they would like to see happen in the state legislature to send their requests and their questions and their ideas to via email at De Los Santos AD72 at nyassembly.gov. And that's all I have for tonight.
You have a hand from Steve Simon and then Liz Ritter. And I see you, Benny. We're coming back to you.
Okay.
Christopher, and this question probably also.
Yes.
I probably should have also asked this question of Yodali's. When you refer to Maddie working with the governor on the mental health issue, does that include talking to the governor who has said that she wants the private hospitals to reinstate their mental health beds, to also make sure that included in that are the psych beds at the Allen Hospital? Do we know that the state is pushing New York Presbyterian to reinstate those beds?
So that's a very good question. I'm going to put my contact information in the chat. In order to answer that question, please reach out to our office. We're happy to answer those questions. I'm going to put my contact information in the chat and we can talk off, after we can talk, when you reach out to our office.
Liz?
Thank you. I just want to thank the Assembly member for sponsoring the Italian American Cancer Foundation free mammogram screening van last month. I was able to get a mammogram. I unfortunately got some results that said, we need you to come back and have a secondary scan. So while that's possibly more health information about me than you need, I am mentioning it publicly to just take a moment to let everybody know that this kind of healthcare is very, very important. And ladies, if you haven't gotten your girls checked, get your girls checked.
If I can add to that, so it's so happy to hear that. We're gonna be bringing them back again. Yeah, so it's something that we learned, and actually the Uptown Manhattan has zip codes where they want to make sure that these resources are brought to our neighbors here in Uptown. So, we're going to continue working closely with the Italian American Cancer Foundation, and health is also important. So this is why we are hosting another community health event in partnership with Ryan Health tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. Once again, here at our office at 210 Sherman Avenue.
Okay, for the sake, Steve, hold on, we got hands. For the sake of time,
I want to announce that he's giving COVID shots.
And COVID. We have the flyer. The flyer, I think, has just been disseminated, I think yesterday or 2 days ago. So it'll continue to be reshared through the CB12 listserv. I just want to acknowledge, because of time, I'm going to acknowledge Olsi, and then we're going to move on to Benny Toribio.
Olsi, you're on mute.
You're on mute.
Your 2 minutes
I'm
start
sorry.
now.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I'm just a little surprised and more so alarmed that there is no information available to us in this meeting about what's happening with the psych units at the Allen Hospital. You just said that, so to Steve Simon, that he will get information. Well, he'll contact you directly. And I'm thinking this is all of us here on community board, and we are all really want to know what's going on with those. So maybe you can give us some information about what's going on about those psych beds. That was a question, FYI.
Chris, do we still have you?
Okay, so if you have, okay, so the question was asked, in order for me to give you accurate information, feel free to reach out to our office with that inquiry. You can email me, you can call the office, and we'll be more than happy to get back to you regarding the question that was asked.
Not an answer.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chris. Steve will be following up around the items, because I know that it's going to be continued to be discussed at Health and Environment, the space in the committee. We're going to move on to Benny. I see you, Jay. I got you next round. We got to move on. We have a couple more elections to go through.
Benny, are we with you? Or are you with us? Sorry.
Yes, Angel. Hi.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Wendy was supposed to get on this meeting with me. She's the one that has a breakdown of 3 events that we have coming up this week. What I can do is I can forward that information.
It's hard to hear him. It's very loud where he is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Benny. Yeah, it's a little loud. Okay, there we go.
That Wendy was supposed to join the meeting. She has a listing of 3 events that we have coming up. What I can do is get the information tomorrow and get it to the community board, so we can add it to the respective committees. And that way everybody knows what's going on behalf of our office, somebody in Taylor's office.
Okay, Benny, it's a little tough to hear you. What I'm going to do is the chat's open. So I'm going to mute you, and then the information about the office, if you can drop it in the chat. And please forward any, whatever report you may have to share from Al Taylor's office, and we'll share that within the board. All right. Next up, thank you, is Evelyn Collado from our comptroller's office.
Evelyn, your 3 minutes start now.
All right. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but more than happy to. Thank you, Catherine, and congratulations on the appointment, and to the rest of the leadership at Community Board 12. But I can briefly mention like always, I'll invite you to come by our website, comptroller.nyc.gov, to look at the series of reports that we put out on, different subjects affecting different agencies. As you know, our office is the financial watchdog for the city of New York, and in charge of making sure that we keep our government honest when it comes to budgeting wisely and taking care of the critical needs of New Yorkers. We have the Turn Up the Heat report, which essentially looked at citywide complaints for persistent heat issues, and we found some very interesting findings. Most of the complaints, out of thousands of complaints, most of them come from a very small percentage of buildings. Like less than 2% of buildings are constantly making heat complaints, and those buildings also share boundaries with our most vulnerable communities in the city. Essentially, the South Bronx, Upper Manhattan, and some places in Queens and Brooklyn. We also found that the city is usually very good at, stemming these issues, that there is a system in place that when, used, it is generally effective in taking care of these issues. There is a series of, litigations and, penalties that are given that when done, we see like almost a 50% decrease in heat complaints on the following years. So the issue is that many times these complaints don't get through, they don't make it to where they are taken care of and they are listened to. So I invite you to look at that report. We also put out or sent out a couple of letters to one to President Biden on the issue of federal aid to New York City for humanitarian assistance for newly arrived asylum seekers, basically asking that the funds that were supposed to be given to New York City, FEMA funds, are actually given to the city, because we are looking at.
Evelyn, you've reached time.
Okay, so and then that's it. Come by the website, and if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And you could drop the site on the chat, but Wayne has a question for you.
Hi, Evelyn. How are you?
Hi, Wayne.
Good. I just want to follow up on something that was discussed at December's meeting. You reported that, Con Ed indicated that it had a plan to ensure that there was enough capacity in the electrical grid to accommodate the ambitious plans the city has to, I guess, reduce the amount of gas that is used and increase the electrification of buildings. And my question is, can we get, or actually we need to get more detail from Con Ed on how they intend to do that? Because years ago, when we shifted from, number 6 oil and others to gas, Con Ed pushed the cost of upgrading the infrastructure in the street onto the buildings because it did not have a plan to do that. So while it says it has the capacity to increase the electrical, we need to find out how they're going to do that. Because if they're just going to push the cost onto buildings, that's not really a plan.
Right. So yes, and that's one of the main goals of the comptroller, Brad Lander, is to create, incentives for the buildings to get upgraded and to be in compliance by, making it less onerous on them to get into this, program. So I don't have any specific as to where that cost is going to go, but the report from Con Edison is that they are ready to come on board by 2024, which is the first, the first phase of compliance. But I can definitely get back to you on how, how that cost is gonna get covered for, buildings that have to get into compliance.
Absolutely. I think the point is we need to know when Con Ed says, they're ready to do it or they can do it, what exactly that means.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have, because I know he has to hop, Mark Levine, where's he at?
Hello, Madam Chair.
There you go.
And hello,
Hey, there you go.
CB12. It's wonderful to see all of you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Very
we hear
clear.
you.
That is great. Congratulations, Chair Diaz, on your new role. Really thrilled to work with all of you. I saw many of you on Saturday when we were able to gather at the memorial for Sally Fisher. And it was really a heartbreaking event, but I felt grateful to be in community to remember Sally, to celebrate her life. And I have to say, it's still hard for me to imagine CB12 without her voice and her leadership. I know you all joined me in that sentiment, but really happy I got to come together with so many of you on Saturday to remember Sally. On a more positive note, we are fighting very hard to expand composting in Manhattan. We joined with all of our Manhattan council members, including your wonderful local member, Councilmember De La Rosa, in calling on the Department of Sanitation to make composting a default option in every borough, in every building in the borough. We're way behind as a city on composting. We're sending millions of pounds of organics to landfill, and that's a climate change problem because that decomposes into methane, which is a greenhouse gas. But there's a better way. Queens now has a pilot in place where composting is the default. There's pickup at every building in Queens. We want that in Manhattan. And I am really optimistic we're going to win this one. So stay tuned in the days and weeks ahead, but really optimistic. In the meantime, some of you have probably seen these orange boxes that have rolled out somewhat quietly throughout CB12. This is a wonderful addition to the composting landscape. It's a model in which you have to download an app to get access to prevent refuse, non-composting trash from being put in there. But they've been so successful that the biggest complaint I've had so far in my office is that they fill up too quickly. So we're going to try and work on that. Stay tuned on the composting front. I'm very grateful that this board has now been one of the first to speak up in favor of our initiative to call for 1 million more trees being planted in New York City. This is also a climate issue. It's a storm resiliency issue. It's an air quality issue. It's a mental health issue. It can cool a neighborhood on a hot day. It's an equity issue for sure. And we want more trees uptown and beyond. We're asking all community boards to weigh in. Thank you, Community Board 12, for passing that reso. You're one of the first, and it really does mean a lot. This is also a board, we kind of forget about this, which is surrounded by water on almost all sides. And there's significant parts of CB12 that are vulnerable in flood events. Most of the eastern part of CB12, particularly around Sherman Creek, and even farther inland around Dyckman houses, and even farther west into some of the neighborhoods beyond Dyckman houses, are vulnerable to flooding. There's some flooding vulnerability just around the shoreline in the Hudson, but really the big challenge is on the Harlem River and to some extent in the marsh areas of Inwood Hill Park. We're really behind on as a city in building resiliency into our coastlines to protect neighborhoods, even 10 years after Sandy. And one of the reasons is that there are no fewer than 11 city agencies that have jurisdiction over waterfront resiliency. That doesn't even count the state and the federal agencies, just at the city level, 11. and it creates real problems in accountability. And so we have called for the creation of a single entity, call it a waterfront protection agency, that will have accountability, authority, and jurisdiction to get waterfront protection done right. And that's important in CB12 and elsewhere. So we're just getting this going. We're now working with partners in the city council on crafting legislation. But one thing that I would love to offer or suggest is that, Madam Chair, what committee has jurisdiction over waterfront issues here? Would that be?
Well, interesting. I think it's a mix. Liz, yeah, it would be Parks and Cultural Affairs.
Okay, so Parks and Cultural. So maybe we can get Chair Ritter and that committee together with our in-house experts. We have really some of the smartest people on this topic here, and maybe get them together to talk in detail about, you know, what we're proposing and why, and get CB12's input. We really would love to engage you in a conversation on this. Does that sound good?
That sounds great.
I see a couple.
Yeah, I see Wayne. Yeah, you got hands.
Okay, I see a couple nodding heads, and I'll take questions on that when you have. Just very quick announcements on deadlines coming up. We have our capital application process open now. It closes February 23rd. So if you have ideas for capital projects in parks, in schools, in libraries, cultural, nonprofits, etc., you've got only about 4 weeks. Please share your ideas with us. We can help people apply. We can help nonprofits apply. Another pending deadline, community board applications coming up. I believe it's March 15th. For those of you who are up, please reapply. And if you have ideas on other leaders in the broader community, we're always looking for emerging leaders to join. And finally, and then we'll take questions. We're coming up on my first ever State of the Borough address. It's a week from tonight. That's January 31st, Tuesday at 6 p.m. And we're doing it uptown, extremely conveniently located for CB12 at City College. You can take the 1 train, you can take the A train to 145th. Come on by, we'd love to have you. So I'm going to stop there. I'll pass it back to you, Madam Chair. Happy to take questions.
All right, we're going to recognize 3 hands. I see Wayne. I'm going to swap Wayne, Francisco, Liz, since we haven't heard from Francisco.
Yeah. Hi, Mark. How are you?
Hey, Wayne. Great to see you.
I just wanted to point out that the whole issue of waterfront protection and resiliency also falls into land use and zoning. And I would point out that years ago, Community Board 12 passed a resolution pointing out, and I think we were focusing at that time just on the fact that the building department and city planning each have regulations pertaining to the waterfront that don't reconcile with one another.
Yes.
And, you know, we suggested maybe they should get their act together. So we would also be happy to be part of the conversation that looked at how we can pull all of this together and make it make sense.
Right. We are happy to meet with whoever, whatever leaders on the board are interested in. As I mentioned, there's 11 agencies. I mean, obviously Parks and Jurisdiction, DEP, Transportation, DDC, the list goes on and on and on. So it kind of touches everybody.
Francisco?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hi, Francisco.
Hey, Mark, how you doing? Good evening.
Likewise.
Question, just a suggestion, really, because we have this issue in other parts of other agencies where, especially anything waterfront related, because our community board has, you know, as a stakeholder in that, because we were surrounded by water, as you said. Can there be some sort of stipulation where, if this agency is created, that we can have a liaison or a group that's really just for us? So, because I noticed that when an agency, you know, runs the entire city, they skip on certain things. They don't understand the cultural significance of certain areas. So I think if we had someone that was kind of like dedicated to Inwood, Washington Heights, and we can have those discussions when it comes to anything waterfront related, because I know they're building up here. I know there's a whole bunch of stuff coming up in the next 10, 15 years. And we want real input, not just New York City input, but Washington Heights, Inwood input.
Of course.
So it could be some sort of stipulation where communities like ours who have waterfront, who have that type of stuff in the community, that they have a liaison or somebody or a group that can kind of help them, guide them through, anything that's going on with their.
Yeah, it is a very good point, Francisco. One of the problems with having 11 agencies having jurisdiction is it's been really bad for community accountability and community engagement. And every agency is kind of pointing the finger at the other one, and nobody's doing it. And there's no one place that the community can go to for the kind of accountability and engagement that you described. So that's actually one of the biggest reasons we need this. And there are models of city agencies that have dedicated liaisons for a single community board. DOT comes to mind. And I would certainly support that for any community that has significant waterfront vulnerability, as I mentioned, unfortunately, CB12 does. So I think it's a good point. Thank you.
Okay, and Liz, if you had a question, I know I want to get us to public session soon.
Yeah, I just respectfully request that dovetailing to Francisco's point is that the allocation of liaison resources be made based on mileage of waterfront, not, each community board is equal, because we do have more waterfront. And I would suggest that you call it the Waterfront Environmental Protection Agency, otherwise known as WEPA.
Oh my God. Okay, we'll take that under advisement.
And we're gonna end on a WEPA.
Okay, Liz, I love that.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Mark. Again,
thanks everybody. Thanks CB12. Great to see all of you.
Yeah, and we've been sharing the state of the borough, so folks feel free to RSVP. Next up, we have two more. We're going to have folks give their reports. Again, limit questions. If you do, their info is in their chat. I really want to get us to the public session. So next up, we have Lori Tobias Cohen from Congressman Adriano Espaillat's office. Excuse me.
Thank you. Good evening.
Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you very much. Okay. I want to make sure everyone is aware that the congressman is having his State of the District, an event highlighting his legislative priorities for the 118th Congress. It'll be this coming Sunday, January 29th, at the Forum of Columbia University, 601 West 125th Street. And if you'd like more information or to RSVP, please contact our office, 212-497-5959. Special guests include Governor Kathy Hochul, Senator Chuck Schumer, Senator Christian Gillibrand. We hope to see you there. Yeah. Oh, and there will be lovely refreshments. So come early, come closer to 1 than 2 if you'd like to have lunch. Okay, another very important special event, this one in DC, is the 5th annual Dominicans on the Hill, which, as you know, is taking did I say it's in February? February 8th, which is, of course, Dominican Heritage Month. And this is a signature event held at the Capitol, attended by hundreds of community leaders, professional students, and so on. Go on the congressman's Instagram or Twitter, and you can find more information and make a reservation for yourself. The congressman was very active in this year's fiscal 2023 omnibus budget. It's important to know that it features things that he pioneered independently, as well as things that he collaborated with like-minded legislators to achieve. So just a sampling, but I just would like to share with you that there's a $3 billion increase in funding for SNAP, $6 billion for WIC, an increase of $1.6 billion for various child nutrition programs, and an increase of $100 million for senior citizens. In addition, for affordable housing, he is promoting, he's established that there'll be funding for 25,000 new vouchers for low-income housing, and to protect housing assistance for more than 4.8 million individuals. There'll be an additional 12.6 billion in funding for affordable housing, and very, very critical for our district, which has an enormous amount of public housing through NYCHA, there is a 6.25 million increase from last year. So it's a total of 3.2 billion to assist with all it needs to take place to bring NYCHA, up to its appropriate standards.
Thank you, Lori. Time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lori. And again, the chat is active, so if you want to drop any links or your information, please do so. Next up, we have Jocelyn Minaya from the DA's office, Manhattan DA's office, I should say.
Hello,
Jocelyn.
good evening.
Your 3 minutes start now.
Thank you, Angel. I will try to use less than 3. Good evening, everyone, and Happy New Year on behalf of myself and your District Attorney, Alvin Bragg. I want to congratulate the new board. Madam Chair, I look forward to working closely with you. I see you have surrounded yourself with a lot of wonderful people, among whom are CMARI, and of course, Jumirna and all the other wonderful people that comprise the board. So I really just came on to say hello and to recommit to working with Community Board 12 throughout 2023. Also, just a quick announcement and a reminder in the investment that the DA's office wants to make to address mental health and substance abuse. So we're seeking CBOs to please put in for the $9 million mental health investment that was announced last month in December. Basically looking for neighborhood navigators as well as court-based navigators, because we strongly believe that the criminal justice system cannot be the main vehicle for addressing mental and behavioral health. And Washington Heights and Inwood is one of the neighborhoods that we want to focus on making sure participates in this RFP process and hopefully is able to obtain these grant monies to be able to address the mental health issue that we have, as well as the substance abuse issues that we have. And then finally, I just wanted to announce, I've been saying it, all month, all 2 weeks of the month. January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. It's something that does affect us all. It's not something that happens in another country or in another state. Just recently, we were able to indict a man who actually trafficked 2 young ladies from Manhattan, a 15 and 16-year-old. So I'm very happy that this person is off the streets and will get his just desserts. If you believe anyone is a victim of human trafficking, and it's not just sexual exploitation, it could be labor trafficking, please reach out to us, let us know, and we're happy to help. So thank you all, have a good night, and again, look forward to working with you. And I got 30 seconds left, Angel.
Oh, you got one hand from Marielle Ali, so there's your 30.
I'll be quick, just a comment more so. Thank you. Really happy to hear that the DA's, focusing and paying attention on human trafficking. So I'm chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee, and we're trying to do a little bit more work on the human services side. So maybe we can connect offline. I did some work with the State Department on human trafficking. So a lot of kind of connections there, but I'll follow up. Thank you.
Yes, give me a call. And I actually wrote your name down when I saw your title, you're chair of the housing, because we also have the Housing Tenant Protection Unit, and I'm happy to share that information with you as well, Maria.
Great, thank you. We'll follow up.
Yes, please. I put my info on the chat.
Perfect.
Great. That concludes our updates from elected officials. And we can click the next slide to go towards the public session. I'm going to pass it over to CMARI Hernandez.
Good evening, everyone. I hope we still have some energy here. We do have a few members from the public session. And just a reminder, public session did close at 7 p.m. I see a new request in the Q&A there. So I'll go ahead and start with Danita Nichols. Let me just allow you to speak. I believe you should be able to unmute. You'll have 2 minutes.
All right. Hi, I'm Danita Nichols. It's been a long time since I've been here, and I'm here representing the Uptown Libraries, in particular, the two libraries that are under construction. My own library, Inwood Library, which is in the temporary site at 4857 Broadway, and Fort Washington Library, 535 179th Street, that's currently closed. I'm really here to try to increase the awareness of the services, the temporary services we're offering to the community in this time with the libraries closed, along with the temporary site in Inwood, and of course the library in Washington Heights, 1000 St. Nicholas. Our teams are ready and available to come out to organizations to do everything from registering for library cards, teaching seniors how to access ebooks, helping teens access electronic study tools or reference tools, even reading stories to preschoolers. So if you want to get in touch with us, I'll put this on the chat too. You may email us at, and these are fairly easy to remember, Inwood at NYPL for New York Public Library.org, or Fort Washington, all one word, at NYPL.org. And I'll drop that in the chat as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Danita, and thank you for your patience and time to speak here. I will go ahead and call our next speaker, Luisa Padilla-Corber. I'm so sorry if I butchered your name. Let me just allow you to speak, and you should be able to unmute now.
Okay. Can you see me? Because my Zoom is off.
No, we can hear you though.
Oh, okay.
Your 2 minutes start now.
Thank you. My name is Luisa Padilla-Corber, and I have been an active member at Fort Washington Collegiate Church since childhood, effectively my entire life. The majestic 115-year-old fortress-like church in the garden at the top of 181st Street and Fort Washington Avenue right now needs reliable financial partners that can rent the spaces in our building so our church fellowship can be self-sustaining, just as many other churches in the area have done. We have office spaces, large and small conference rooms, a gorgeous glass atrium, a kitchen, a gym, and an elevator. We have always served our friends and neighbors in the community freely or very inexpensively with events at Christmas, with concerts, meals like in Thanksgiving, or the food pantry, supportive services, vaccinations, elections, COVID testing programs like the health fair, someone mentioned those things, AANA, so many programs. And we have welcomed and loved everyone. Now our finances are threatening to shut us all down and turn the investment of the faithful believers of the past into the profits of real estate buyers of today. We need the board and community to help us find the right partners so we can continue to offer service to our community family and continue to have church services for our church family. And if you know anyone or any organization, you've mentioned so many groups who are interested or looking for a space or spaces, please have them call 212-568-4014, Fort Washington Collegiate Church.
Thank you, Luisa. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before you move on, Pastor Luisa, if you can please put your contact information in the chat, your phone number that you shared and the email. During the public session, I know Liz, Darryl have hands up, but we have a lengthy list and agenda. If you can please reach out to them separately, please. Unless is it a question clarifying?
Yes, it's a question.
Okay, clarifying, yeah.
So can you, it's my understanding, it's my understanding that this is not a decision that's being made locally by the church. It's a decision being made by the larger collegiate organization. So since that's not something that's happening with other collegiate congregations of color, is there someone at the larger collegiate, like umbrella organization, citywide or borough-wide, that we can be contacting to advocate for this important community resource in our community? And if so, can you put that information in the chat?
Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay, so I will put information into the chat for contact myself and other contact people. And it is being the local congregation is having to seek out these resources. So this is very much a local decision and searching that is going on at this point for us to be able to save the whole facility and our congregation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
Catherine, if I could just,
Clarifying.
sorry, real quick. We have inquired about having full community board meetings there as well. So hopefully once we're back in person, we can do that again. And I live directly next door to the church, so.
Thank you for raising that. I'm gonna ask folks, we have other members of the public who are waiting, including folks on a landline. Please reach out to Luisa. We'll also do our due diligence to connect them with any questions that you have in committee specifically. Go ahead, Simari.
Thank you, Kathy. I will move on to speaker number 4, Shaquem Monique Thomas. I will allow you to speak. She's coming from the Service for the Underserved. I believe I unmuted or allowed to speak, so you should be able to unmute. All right. Let me just ask to unmute. Okay. I do see a comment in the chat here representing services for the underserved mental health population, and wanted to touch base on the slow response time from the NYPD. So I've raised your comment here out loud, and for honoring the agenda, I will move on to our next speaker, Maria Padilla from the Fort Washington Collegiate Church. And I will now
Wait. Can we just recommend that Ms. Thomas go
Yeah,
to the Public Safety Committee meeting?
Yeah, I got it on the chat.
Thank you, Liz. So Maria Padilla, I have now unmuted. You should be able to unmute and speak.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
your 2 minutes start now.
Thank you. Good evening, community board members and its viewers. My name is Marietta, and yes, I'm related to Luisa Padilla, who you just spoke to. And we are second generation born US citizens from immigrant Venezuelan grandparents and Puerto Rican grandparents. As many immigrants came from the Ellis Island processing facility, we all strove here to find a house of worship. Our family joined the Fort Washington Collegiate Church on 181st Street in Fort Washington. As an inclusive, diverse, vibrant community, we have on a very serious crisis situation of financial need. Previously, before the COVID, we were a very vibrant facility servicing our cultural events, art, concerts, dances, theatrical, youth programs. We have a gymnasium. We had so much going on, and the COVID has taken its toll. We have no minister right now presently in our church. Our leadership is our consistory, which answers the question that West End Church Reverend Will Chrisman is the responsible party for our church, even though he has his own church. But even still, it is the church, our church, that is responsible and has been put to the task of finding partnerships and to regain what we once had previous to COVID. There is no doubt in my mind if we can reach out, this is what we're doing, reaching out to find people who can bring that community aspect back and return the vibrance that we once had in this community. I am putting it out. I will put in the information, I think you said on chat, of who is responsible, or who is the point person, because I'm really a little bit more in tune to the leadership and mechanisms of the church than my sister. But I will like you to know that the facility and Mr. Ullman, you would know that we had that glass atrium just recently put in within the last 3 years, and a beautiful
Ms. Padilla,
garden.
your time is up.
Thank you so much, and I'll put that in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla. And I do have our seventh speaker, Mariel Ali. I believe you're able to unmute, Mariel.
Yes,
Your
thank
2
you,
minutes
Samadi.
start now, Mari.
Thank you. And for clarity, I'm speaking on behalf of United Nations Association USA. So with my other volunteer hat, I serve as the National Council Chair for the United Nations Association of the USA. And I just wanted to share our very exciting annual Global Engagement Summit. It's actually going to be in person for the first time since the pandemic at the United Nations in the General Assembly Hall on Friday, February 17th from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. The theme is embolden and impact and engage. We're going to have a series of different sessions fortifying the U.S. United Nations relationships, delivering humanitarian aid, protecting human rights, actualizing the Sustainable Development Goals, preserving cultural heritage, things on international law, and also quite a bit of sessions on climate as well. So in the past, we've had speakers such as the UN Secretary General, U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield, amongst others. This year, obviously, we're still confirming speakers, but we have quite a few, including Faith Hill, apparently, who actually does apparently a lot of work on conservation, but also our own Congressman Espaillat will be joining the event. So I will pop the link in the chat. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mariel. That sounds very interesting. The baby says so as well. Thank you for multitasking. We appreciate your time. I believe we're moving on to our final public speaker, Jessica Mate. I am allowing you to unmute. I believe you're dialing in, so it would be a different prompt for you.
Okay. Hi, it's Jessie Mate. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am also a long-term member of Fort Washington Collegiate Church, and we are in dire financial straits unless we find financial partners, and our gates will be closed for good in a few months. This is my plea to the community. We have served for over 114 years. Now we need you to be here for us. Why should you help us? We've been called a beacon of light on a hill on the corner of Fort Washington Avenue and 181st Street. We are not only a place of worship, but a place for our community to get information, a safe place to share ideas. Elected officials in the 34th Precinct have given forums on various community issues and concerns such as gun violence, substance abuse, education, universal health care, and more. During the height of COVID, we were a vaccination site. We are also a regular voting site. We have invited experts to educate us and to have discussions on a multitude of various social justice issues. Along with community partners, we have held health fairs, toy and coat giveaways. We have collaborated with our neighbors to fight for real affordable housing. During COVID, we paid rent for undocumented families who were not eligible for stimulus checks. We have held fundraisers for homeless youth of the LGBTQIA community and victims of natural disasters. We have promoted free cultural events like poetry, Washington Heights Chamber Orchestra, Washington Heights Community Choir, play groups for toddlers, Fort Washington Green Community Garden that supplies fresh produce for our Fort Fridge. I could go on, but it would be a tragedy to lose this anchor in our community. We must identify a financial partner in 1 month. Please email me at jmatei012@gmail.com with your contact information. Time is of the essence. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matei. And I did, if you're able to type in that information into the chat, that'll be really appreciated.
I'm having internet issues. That's why I'm on the audio. But
okay.
I mean, so I don't know.
Okay, thank you so much. And I did miss one final speaker. We have Jumirna Alcober, who will be speaking on behalf of an organization as well. And Jumirna, I believe you're able to unmute.
Hey, good evening, everyone. I'm Jumirna. So this message is on behalf of RENA, Riverside Edgecombe Neighborhood Association. And the message is pretty much to invite all our community members to join a community meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, January 25th, from 6 to 8 p.m. at Riverstone Center, which is located in 99 Washington Avenue. And the discussion is to discuss the high rents and its access and rights, and education regarding the rents going up. So feel free to reach out to Alto Manhattan Not For Sale, and I'll add the location, the details in the chat, as well as a contact information for those who have organized this event. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Jumirna. Please also, if you, or when you're able to, just drop that information into the chat, just in case. And with that, I will pass it off to our chair. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, C. Marie. Thank you, everybody, for participating. If it was your first time coming to a board meeting, again, I hope it is not the last. Go on our website and you will see all of our committees and when they meet. And so if anything kind of sparked and you want to speak about that more, go to a committee meeting. They're all still virtual. Next up, we're going to be hearing from our resolutions. We shook it up a little bit. So Isidro, you are first.
I'm so happy that this is your first meeting and I'm first. It never happens. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
We took the feedback.
I'm sorry?
We took the feedback and did something with it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. So we had a great meeting last couple of Wednesdays ago. Not much to report, Madam Chair. We did have 2 resolutions that were withdrawn either at the meeting or prior to the meeting, and that'll be agenda item number 8 and 11. We also had 2 rejection, meaning that we will not recommend those applications to be approved by the general board, and that'll be agenda item number 1. And that's because for that particular agenda item, the representative and or owners failed to be present at the meeting, and as required by the board, they did not provide a copy of the public sign. As you know, the public sign, that's what tells the community that there'll be a hearing about a particular license, and they did not provide a copy of the questionnaire either. Based on that, the committee decided to vote against it. And also agenda item number 8, or number 9, we also rejected that application. The committee found it a little bit hard to approve this request for a new liquor license for a person that wanted to get a license at an establishment. But however, when we questioned that applicant, we found that she was working at a restaurant, at a lounge that has been having a lot of problems. And it seems that she was not aware of those problems. And that will be on 207th Street, a lot of double parking issues that, valet parking, as you know, is prohibited. And this particular establishment that she's presently working has a lot of complaints by committee members, community board members, and also residents. And it seems like she didn't have anything to say about the problem. And the committee found it a little bit difficult to understand that she would not have an understanding about these very concerning issues. And based on that, the committee decided not to approve that particular license. If I missed anything, committee members feel free and chime in. But for now, I'm open up to answer any questions that the members will have.
Okay, I see one hand right now, Liz. Sue, Jim. Go ahead, Liz.
Liz, your 2
Sorry,
minutes
I
are
just
up.
needed to unmute. So I just want to give a special thumbs up to Terra Vita, which is an incredible establishment, very responsible, no noise issues. I encourage everybody to vote in favor of that. Can you just unpack for me a little bit about Tabaco y Ron and El Jefe? Because I know that Tabaco y Ron has had in the past really serious noise issues. So I think I must have missed something where that's been improved, because my original inclination would have been to vote against them, because there had just been in the recent past so many noise issues and fights and whatever. Similarly with El Jefe. So I understand that I understand from the minutes that people came and talked about, you know, and said that they were going to do differently, but actions speak louder than words. So can you please explain to us what it is that these two establishments are doing differently that is going to make us want to support them?
So as far as Tabaco y Ron is concerned, there was no the agenda item number
2.
Number 2. There was no 34th precinct report, meaning that they were not present to tell us anything about Tabaco y Ron. We had a conversation with a representative. She was there to represent the business, and they have now new closing hours, which is at 2 o'clock. And we reviewed the application and take into account that also some committee members indicated that that establishment indeed is a great place. The committee voted in favor. So there was no report by 34th precinct concerning any 311 or 911 calls. And on that note, we closed that that application by voting in favor, because there was no police report, and because committee members had positive comments on this particular operator, it was approved without any objection. As far as El Jefe is concerned, I personally was a little bit concerned about this particular place, because I know that has been a trouble area. I passed by a couple of times myself, and I knew that, you know, the music was too loud and all of that. However, having said that, a committee member from licensing did have a meeting with the owner, and Leo, I think it was you, if I'm not mistaken. They had a meeting and they went through all the specific problems that particular establishment had, and based on the feedback that we received from the committee member and the explanation that we received, I myself was going to vote against that particular application, but because there was an understanding, there was a dialogue about how to fix these problems, we proceeded to vote in favor on those particular applications.
Thank you. The 2 minutes are up on that exchange.
Next up
Jim
is
was
Jim.
next.
Yeah, and then Anthony.
Mr. Berlin.
Thank you. Always nice seeing everyone, and welcome to the new members. Resolution number 7 talks about a change in the method of operation, but I was not able to find in any writing what precisely that change is. So please let us know.
Number 7, give me 1 second. So that is to change the hours. That will be, if you check the resolution, I'm sure that I highlighted the changes there. Just closing hours till 3 a.m. And that'll be Thursdays through Sundays. They'll be closing at 3 a.m. That'll be the request on that particular application. We requested 3 different steps to make sure that if there are any problems as far as like noise is concerned, that whoever is having the complaint, that they can access the managing place or intern to rectify any problems that might arise in that particular area if there are any issues. We also ask for a no double sign post, just to make sure that that avenue there, that street gets clear, because it's a main avenue, it's a main venue for traffic to go south into the West Side Highway. And double parking has been a problem there, so we requested for them to install a no double parking sign around the premise. So based on those 3 steps, we proceeded to vote in favor of this particular application.
So it's just a change of hours.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, you're up, Anthony.
Your
Thank
2
you.
minutes start now.
Thanks. I just wanted to get a better understanding of resolution number 9, because my understanding reading it seems to be that because the owner of Havana Tacos was a manager at a place that had a violation due to having some type of valet parking service, that is the basis for rejecting this application. And I'm curious to know, do we have any evidence or anything to support whether she or he, in their capacity as manager, made the decision to have valet parking? Or I know firsthand that working in restaurants, there are different levels of managers depending on the type of restaurant. And so I'm curious to know if there's been any investigation into that.
Anthony, and it's a great point that you raised, because we grilled the applicant about her knowledge of this very serious issue. Some of us were not very convinced that she could not have been not aware of the problem. I myself, I passed by 3 or 4 different times around there, and I always saw this problem. What they have is valet parking, and that is illegal in the state of New York for bars to have this type of services. And she said herself that when she parked around the area, that she would come to her job, and ask her, like, so you came in and you didn't see the valet parking outside, you didn't see the people working outside where they have 2 or 3 employees continuously. And for you not to see that this was an illegal activity, it speaks volume on how you might proceed on the new license. So we question her judgment about not knowing what was going on, when most people would think that at least she will have an idea as to what is going on. So that was, it's a great question that you raised, because we want to give an opportunity to anyone that wants to come and raise a small business. We want to open up all the doors and all the resources. However, take into account that a person that has worked there for a while will not be aware about this problem.
We're reaching time. Thank you.
Sorry.
Liz is next.
Liz.
Yeah, I just want to go back to Jim's question on item 7. So the change in method of operation is to make the hours of operation smaller. So currently they close at midnight on weekend, during the week, and they close at 3 a.m. Thursday to Saturday. And the change in method of operation is to close at 1 a.m. And if that's the case, do they really need to file a change in method of operation to have fewer hours? That just seems odd to me. Like, can't they just close early?
I'm going to open up to see if any committee members can recall the specifics, because I'm trying to open up the resolutions, because I think it's as clear in the resol.
No, I'm reading the reso, and it just, I'm not understanding the law. I know that if they want to be open later, they have to have a change in method of operation, but I don't understand why they need to have a change in method of operation to have fewer hours. I see Osi is raising her hand.
So, and I'm sorry if I may, this is Leo. I just want to answer Liz. So the merchant came and they wanted to expand the hours. So they wanted to go from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. Because they claimed in the area there was no other restaurants open for patrons to enjoy late night And they went from being a grocery store to a kind of food front type of business. And so they wanted to expand hours to give patrons more time.
Got it.
Just wanted to.
I can add one more piece of clarifying information if that's a bit, if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, can you clarify that? And then I'll see. And we'll
This is also a what we call a beer license. So it's an Eden beer license. Let's start there. This is not a liquor license. And this is it's a location right next to where Pick and Eat was, then Poción. It's that location that's right next to it. And with the shutdown of everything, they've asked for an extension of a few hours. Again, this is a beer license, not a liquor license that we're talking about.
Okay. Elsie, does that help?
It does. I was
Okay.
actually going to add the laws actually by the SLA is that you have to work by the hours that you said that you're going to work. Even if you want to work to close early, you can get fined for that. You must be, if you said you're going to work until 4 a.m., you must stay open until 4 a.m. It sounds ridiculous, but this is how it is. This is why a change need to happen if you want to close suddenly at midnight and not at 4 a.m. as you previously did.
Great. With that clarification in hand, then Wayne and Steve, and then we're going to move on to our next reso for.
Yeah, thank you. I think there may be a mix-up in the resolution. It currently says the current hours of operation are Monday to Wednesday, 7 to midnight, and Thursday to Sunday, 7 to 3. And the proposed hours are Monday to Wednesday, 7 to midnight, and Friday to Sunday, 7 to 1. So I think that's where the confusion is coming in, because I believe what you just said is the current hours of operation are from 7 to 1, and the proposed hours are from 7 to 3. So you got it flipped.
I believe that that's the case. I'll just open up the rest right now, and between the whereas the proposed should have been on top.
Exactly.
And, so it's a flip of the whereas. So I'm just checking the rest right now, and I see what the issue is. So
yeah.
Okay. Well, make a note of that, please, so that when it gets to the office tomorrow, they have that. Steve.
Sure.
Steve, your 2 minutes are up, starting now.
Two questions. Number one, Angel, this establishment only serves beer, not even wine?
It's a restaurant. They can provide beer and wine. So beer and wine.
Okay. And let me ask you, in the minutes for number 6, it says that Eric Adams spoke at this at the hearing on Yummy Thai. Did you actually have Eric Adams there?
No, for sure.
I can clarify.
Yes,
I didn't. No, there was an attendee by the name of Eric Adams. It was not the mayor who was present.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's someone that works at our workforce that has some statements.
Who has that name?
He does.
Oh, very good. Okay, very good. Very good.
He's very popular.
All right.
Okay, we should invite him to all of our meetings.
Yeah. Let's see. Anyways, all right. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Isidro. Next up, it's gonna go to Parks. So Liz Ritter.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so just a couple of notes before I present the reso.
You got 5 minutes, Liz.
Yep, we have at our next meeting, we're gonna have a presentation by EDC about the North Cove and Academy Street parks as part of the Inwood rezoning. So that's like $32 million that's being invested in our community to develop those two pieces of waterfront property for public use as parks. So I would encourage folks to come to that meeting. They're not presenting any particular plan. That's going to be the beginning of a restarted design process and robust community engagement around what the community wants to see in these parks. So please come to that meeting, which will be on Zoom on February 14th. We also had a really good scoping meeting with the Parks Department and the public around the Lily Brown Playground on 162nd and Riverside. Super excited for that renovation of that playground, which is desperately needed. And thanks to Councilmember Abreu for funding that. So this resolution is really unusual. Well, the resolution is not unusual, but the process that got us to this resolution, highly unusual, incredible community engagement, the kind of responsiveness. You know, in this meeting earlier, we heard about DOT that does not give a rat's behind about the community, as evidenced by just doing whatever without bothering to ask anybody. And at the other end of the spectrum, we have the Parks Department presenting something, hearing community feedback and going, oh, okay, you want us to change some things? We're going to go back and make a new plan, coming back to the community that having incorporated the feedback, and there was more feedback, and they said, okay, we're going to make some more changes. They came back a third time, presented to the community, and for the most part, folks really liked it, but there were some additional tweaks which are detailed quite specifically in the resolution, and Parks Department has agreed to them. So this is really the gold standard for community engagement, and I'm really appreciative to the Parks Department, to all of the folks who showed up and helped get folks out to the meeting, and to the Councilwoman's office for having a satellite location for people to gather in person so that they could Zoom collectively. There were a bunch of tweaks from the first version you saw, some typos, and I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed to admit that I've been a really bad speller since I was a child. And one of the things that I do to help me spell things is I usually have like an open Word document. And if there's something I can't spell, I type it in and the spell check tells me how to spell it. And that is why at the bottom of this document is the word hypocrisy. I was writing something completely unrelated, couldn't remember how to spell hypocrisy. This was the document that was open. I put it in, and now here it is. Needless to say, that will be removed from the resolution before we send it to anybody. Yeah, I think that's the reason why this resolution is so long is it really captures the growth and development of the community requirements and speaks to documenting why the community wants a higher fence, which is a little unusual for the Parks Department design. Typically, they go for a 4-foot fence. Their second proposal was a 5.5-foot fence. Community said, nope, not high enough. We want a 7-foot fence. So we really had to show that. There was an issue about lights, and we really want to see sports lighting at the basketball court, but there isn't enough funding in this project for lights. So we wanted to see a footprint left in the design for the addition of lights, which would be funded through a separate project. But no, even though everybody wants lights that end at a reasonable hour. So that's actually stipulated in this reso, both in the whereas and in the resolved. And nobody wants to hold up this project while we wait for the funding of this second piece. So with that, I hope that answers everybody's questions, but I do see a hand up from Nobles.
That was perfect timing. Wow. Did you time that in your head?
You had Domingo first and then Nobles. Or either way.
Domingo, you have your 2 minutes.
I'll let Nobles go first. I'll go ahead.
Okay. No, but I'm
Domingo, I want you to go first, dude, please.
Such a gentleman, Nobles. That's what I'd be saying about you, man. So I actually want to give credit to Liz and the whole process, right? Because sometimes we get caught up in looking at the wrong, but I think it's very important to also look at what's working to create precedents to be able to hold the standard. I think Liz and commending the parks Parks Department, but also looking at the role the elected official played, where folks go beyond the rhetorical and beyond the theory and actually create space within their constituents to be able to address a lot of their concerns and be able to lay out their vision. So I think as we challenge city agencies to do more and to be to create better communication standards with our community, I think that there are examples that they could look at as to things that are currently working and could be replicated amongst other agencies to truly hear the community's voice and really work in collaboration with community elected officials and community board. So yeah, Liz, you did a great job, but I think this is the epitome of what we're advocating for when we talk about communication and being able to have community provide input into projects that impact them.
Thank you.
It's an honor to follow that, honestly, because you hit every single note I was probably going to say. So let me just take 30 seconds to build on top of that, especially for some of the new folks to our board and things. Democracy works. And exactly for everything that Domingo just said, certainly by the leadership of Chair Liz for the parks, but also for the amazing Northern Manhattan community, just buy-in that we have for this community board. You should really look at the tapes. This was an absolutely beautiful community meeting. And this is why we do what we do. And so for all the skeptics and all the apathy and all the cynicism that you guys get in the street about all the things that we do in New York, this city works. And take a look at this meeting and you'll see why. All I got to say. Thank you, Domingo.
Thank you.
And then Jim.
Sorry. Hi. In the picture that's on the screen, there are already lights. They're probably not the lights that the people would like, but the lights that are currently there actually work. And I also want to mention, I used to live a block away from that basketball court, and it actually sadly is the result of a great tragedy where a building burnt down. But it now has this wonderful new purpose, and insofar as talking about it brings the community together, that's just absolutely wonderful.
Thank you, Jim. I do want to say that there are lights that there are two different sets of lights. There's lights further up which work, like the street light, and there are the sports lights which are there but do not work. So to replace them would be a huge amount of money, which is not included in the budget. And those, in fact, are the lights that are discussed in the reso. And I will say that in the first whereas, it does talk about the site. It does talk about the history of ACDP advocating for the installation of this community facility on the footprint of a building that burnt down and how it was transferred from HPD to parks.
Okay, excellent. I saw hands up and down. I'm going to recognize the last hand. Faye.
Thank you. 2 minutes.
Quick question. A quick question, Liz. I'm wondering if there is a, which I think I do, a blueprint as to how this project is going to look like, and also I'm wondering if they're going to have like benches around this.
Yeah. So if you read the resolution, you'll see that there are going to be 3 benches. Originally, the plan called for 10 benches. There was a concern that there was that was too much seating and too much space taken away from the basketball. So if you read the resolution, there's a lot of information about benches and all of the other amenities on the site, but there will be 3 benches, one of which is going to not have a back so that people can orient themselves either to the sitting area and other people, or orient themselves to the mural so that they can engage with the mural.
And the blueprint?
So the schematic plan is, they shared that with us as part of a PowerPoint deck. If you look at the meeting online, you'll see the PowerPoint deck presented to the public, multiple slides of what exactly it'll look like. And I encourage you to go onto the board's YouTube channel and just check that out.
Very good. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Liz. Next up, we're going to move on to Executive Committee Reso presented by Nobles.
Wow. Well, first and foremost, 5 minutes. I got you, Angel. I'll make
Thank
sure it
you.
happens. Look, I'll definitely make this 5 minutes, but I do want to read this reso word for word because it's extremely important that everyone on this call, all 62 of y'all right now, understand what's going in this reso, because it's nothing short of historic and well, not the reso, of course, but what we're making here as a community board and as a city and as a state is nothing but historic, and we're at the precipice of making sure we can make it go smoothly. And so I want to first shout out to Chair Catherine Diaz. That's an inside joke. Yo, I got you. Thank you so much for asking me to be a part of this. And I also want to thank the licensing board, the committee, licensing committee, with the leadership, the long leadership of Isidro Medina, my brother. Thank you so much. Angel, I see you. Because the blueprint, the knowledge, the experience, the mentorship over the years I've been on this community board, watching how y'all operate and the complete profession of it really is helping me understand the gravity of what I'm about to read to you is actually going to be for our city. And in an effort to make it more smooth, not only for the volunteers that work on it, but also for the future, the folks that will benefit it, I want to make sure we do this right. And so from the resolution that we got through the executive committee, what I'd like to say with a unanimous vote, you are about to hear these, and I'm about to tell it to you word for word. And then I'm going to ask my partner and vice chair, potentially vice chair, because we're not voted on this yet, Francisco, to say a couple words and about the nature of it. So let me just start this. So please be advised that the general meeting Tuesday, January 24th, 2023, Community Board 12 Manhattan, we would like to pass a resolution with a vote requesting the creation of a task force on the cannabis community rollout process. Whereas Community Board 12 Manhattan understands that the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, MRTA, it's very important you know that acronym, must follow the state of New York, the New York State Administrative Procedure Act after each of the 9 cannabis license types are released. 9 cannabis license types, folks. We seek to have direct input into all matters that impact our community and constituents. CB12 Manhattan is concerned with the incongruence that exists with cannabis being classified as a Schedule I substance, prohibiting all forms of cannabis use. The use of medical marijuana as illegal under federal law, even if permitted underneath our new state law, well, state law, it doesn't say new in there, but state law. And whereas this paradox, because it is a dichotomy here between state law and federal law, this paradox impacts a substantial number of residents in CB12 district-wide, especially in Washington Heights, Inwood, and other communities disproportionately impacted as defined in the MRTA, presently and historically irreparably affected by the prejudiced and harmful effects of the war on drugs. Be it resolved that the executive committee recommends that Community Board 12 Manhattan establish a cannabis task force to develop recommendations for adoption by the full board, that's all of you guys that are here to make democracy work, on how our body can input into the revision and rollout of MRTA independently and in conjunction with other community board cannabis task force in an effort to keep intact the repertory spirit of the law that you'll hear about in a second and the compassionate local activation of this legislation. We thank you, all of you guys, all 62 folks on this call, for the continued support, and hopefully it's a successful vote of making this task force. And I will tell you, if I have like a minute and a half left, because I'm going to give another minute to my man Francisco here, that we are going to start immediately. And we're going to be sending out with the folks that are part of this, that will be in this task force, myself as chair, Francisco Lopez as vice chair, task force members, Mary Anderson, Simari Hernandez, and Miriam James. We will be bringing these things to you and it's extremely important. So I just want to thank you for your time, and I want to give my man Francisco and my vice chair over here, soon to be vice chair, hopefully, just a few minutes or a minute, just to talk about the repertory nature of not only MRTA but also what we're doing right now with this task force.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So Francisco, I'll do you one better. Since you're raising your hand, you get 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you,
Hey.
sir. Thank you. So you guys know we've been at this since 2021, the beginning, top of 2021. We've had the state speak in our committee, with business committee, business development, excuse me. This is important to our community. How important it is? Imagine living in a community that is one of the most responsible communities for the culture of cannabis in our entire city and state. And if you want to kind of like think about it, probably the country. We have this moniker called home of the haze. Haze is a strain of cannabis, and we have made that one of the most popular strains in the world. This is our community that does that. That was when it was illegal. Okay. We are the top 3 most targeted communities in the entire city and state when it comes to the war on drugs. We have a NYCHA development that is under federal law, which prohibits our NYCHA residents from doing certain things in their property, in the place that they live, that they go to sleep in, that they raise their kids from. We also have a strong community of Latinos, especially immigrants, who have been prohibited in participating in many fractions of this new industry that's coming to our community. You guys know how important this is to us, to this board. This is liquor from the start. This is when prohibition liquor was becoming a thing. We are living in it right now with cannabis. It affects every part of our committee, all committees, youth, traffic, land use, public safety, all of it. It's that important. So this task force is just a sprinkle. It's just the thing that's gonna keep all of that information together so we can spread it out to our communities effectively. So I ask that you guys vote in a way that allows us to do the work. And I thank you guys, man. Really, you guys know how important this is. So thank you.
All right. Domingo has his hand up and we'll move forward.
Yeah.
2 minutes are starting now.
Yeah. So I think it's important for folks to note that this is already in law. Marijuana has been legalized regardless of your personal opinions towards it. The importance of being able to develop this task force is more about being able to, as a community board, do our due diligence of being able to get information and disseminate it as smooth as possible to our community. So this is also going to generate tax revenue for communities that have been directly impacted. So as far as nonprofits and other stakeholders who are working within our community, they're going to be able to have an additional source of revenue to be able to do this work. While we might have while folks may have disagreements, I want folks to understand that this is already a law. So regardless of our personal perspectives, we just have to make the best of it, use the resources effectively. There's already an advisory board that will be using the tax revenue generated from this new industry to help serve as a way of being able to provide programming to those communities directly impacted by the war on drugs and look to remediate a lot of that. So I think it's important to vote positive, and I think it's also important to take advantage of the current climate that we're in to actually engage other individuals who otherwise have been disenfranchised from being able to engage in stuff as simple as the community board. So I hope everybody is able to vote and we're able to create this task force in order to be able to do away with some wrong and replace it with some right, and being able to start combating the marginalization of folks in our community. Thank you.
All right, we got a flurry of hands, so please keep them also focused on questions so we can make it through the rest of the agenda. I'll recognize up until Tanya. So Joel.
It's not really a question. I just want to give a huge shout out to Francisco and in the committee. He was great in bringing disseminating that information by bringing leaders in the industry to kind of educate people, bringing people in the industry. It was just a great job. So shout out to Francisco. I'm really excited about this.
Thank you.
Jacob.
Thanks, Catherine. And thank you, everyone. I wanted to echo a sentiment that I heard briefly ago, which was just regardless of how we feel about this is coming. So I really applaud the efforts to begin, building a task force that's going to impact pretty much every aspect of this community. The recent presentation by the Office of Cannabis Management was incredible. I think what the state is building here is extremely unique. But I do have a question. Nobles, I was curious if you could just speak to what you see as some of the priorities for the task force, assuming this moves forward. What are some of the things that you're going to jump on, knowing that February, I believe it is the end of the public comment period for the laws that are in review?
Thank you for the question. I love next steps because we're focused here. So yes, the next step, as this resolution is written, in this vote tonight, you will be hopefully entrusting your community trust, being on this board with the task force that I've laid out to be able to read this law, interpret it on behalf of us as a board, and trust us that in our input, in conjunction, preferably with the rest of the community boards, not only in Manhattan, but also citywide, not only will your voice be heard with that conglomeration of community boards, but also it will be seen in our joint submission that I am very much a part of. CB9, CB11 are spearheading this as well as us with early work from Francisco and Catherine. Thank you both very much. But we'll be joining our voices together to make input into the public comment section of this in February. February 13th is the first very important date, which is why we needed to establish this task force so we're able to do this work on behalf of our board. But then after that, there will be other benchmarks. I think the next one's in June, where there'll not only be comment sections, but as our coalition of CB12s or CBs grow, we'll be able to have a unified city voice in how this actually comes to our communities. And that's honestly the ultimate goal until we really establish perhaps a committee that can oversee this business in our community like licensing does.
Thank you.
State committee member Luna, hashtag community board member Luna, hashtag reformer Luna, hashtag like local hero Luna. Give me your question. What's up?
Okay,
Shout out to
well,
Juana.
You have 2 minutes.
It's okay. Just urging me not to talk. But question number one: who is going to be appointed to this task force? How long is this task force going to be in effect? If we are going to have decisions or recommendation by February 13, today is already January 24th. And do we have? I think we have a responsibility as a community board. Whatever decision is made has to go to the public community for recommendation, approval, or denial of whatever it is that we can come up with. So, and those are basically my questions: when, how, and why, and why not.
Well, I love that you gave me the first 2 ones that were easy layups and you hit me with the hammer on the third. So I'll answer them in the priority that you asked them. On this committee, I will be the chair. My man Francisco over here will be the vice chair. And then the members will be Mary Anderson. I'm sure you know her. Simity Hernandez, I'm sure you know her as well. And also Miriam James. And in this regard, all of us, literally starting tonight, will be getting assignments on the parts of the MRTA law that we need to review. Now, that being said, and I'll go into your third part of the question, I think that answered the first two, and this is the toughest part. The timing that this law dropped in terms of the NYSAPA, it's the New York State Administrative Procedure Act. we basically got the minimum amount of time to be able to give, I see that 19 seconds and I got the answer here, to give the submission in terms of, our community board's voice in the entire public comment section. Catherine or anyone else can probably do this better than I can. That being said, we were on break. We got to this community board meeting in January. This was our only shot to make this task force. And that's why it came in front of you today for the February 13th submission.
So we already have recommendation. We are already ready to have recommendation based on that particular time.
No, ma'am,
frame that
not
you're-
yet. But I
No.
promise you, the recommendation that we will have.
I will
be
say
our
that
Google
if there
Docs.
are
And
additional
my
questions,
beautiful last question is,
we can do a second round, Maria, just to make sure that
okay, I'm
everyone
gonna do it
feels.
very quickly, very fast. I speak fast. In order to be on the task force, have you have experience with using a marijuana?
We don't inhale.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, people should get that historical reference. Thank you.
Yeah,
Angela.
I had called, sorry, what was the list? Richard was next.
Yes.
Followed by Tanya.
Having appreciated those who said they didn't inhale and having inhaled, I really just want to make a pretty brief comment, and a little bit of a challenge as much as anything else. I think this is a very good and right resolution coming out of the work that the community board and its committees have done to date. The one question that's been on my mind, and I don't expect an answer tonight so much as I want the committee to consider it, is how do we do our advocacy? How do we develop the community base around this consistent with what will probably be a licensing responsibility down the road? And I'm simply asking that be on the committee agenda, on the task force agenda for consideration.
I really appreciate that, because as the task force becomes a more maybe perhaps official structure within our community board, there will be educational flashpoints. And I'm certainly not the one, I'm sure everyone here, many people here can wax poetic about the educational resources that the Office of Cannabis Management of our state will have at our disposal to be able to do just that. But that's an amazing recommendation for once we get past this first administrative part with the state, to start to consider as a responsibility of this committee is community education. Thank you for that note.
10 seconds.
Sorry.
I think
Richard. Sorry, I know,
Yes.
just to avoid the back and forth. I wanted to just say, acknowledging time. Tanya, I had recognized as the last hand. I know we have a series of hands. This reso, remember, is to form the task force. So the conversation continues. It's something still that needs to be shaped. So again, like, feel free to reach out. And Noble, I mean, we all might have the directory, but Nobles, you could also put in your board email in the chat for folks.
I don't think
who
I
wanna
have one,
direct
but
them.
I'm in the streets. I'm also everywhere. My name's Nobles. I can't hide. You can find me.
Yeah, so your email could be there, but there you go for your next hand.
Is it me?
Ms. Bonner.
Yeah. So yeah, I too as knowing the number of African American people in prison for marijuana, how important it is to ensure that now that it is in the law of legal, that there's equity in terms of especially establishing businesses and things like that, and it's already shaping up to not be that way.
Not yet.
Unfortunately.
Not yet. There are some guards at the gate, I will say.
Right, exactly, right. So it's well, what I'm saying is that it's already some inequity built into the process, and what's being shaped is that people, it's not being equitable, right? And so I think that in this case, it's important that the community boards have a voice on this and establish some sort of voice and advocacy on behalf of the community. My question to you is because I know you mentioned that in terms of this task force. But my question is that in terms of the people that you put on it, my concern is that, there are some committees that I feel that representatives would have been important to be a part of your task force to make sure that you all are, there's, there's a broader discussion, there's a wider net, including health and environment and housing and human services and others that, should be a part of this. And of course, public safety or whatever, those committees and things like that should be a part of that discussion to make sure that there's the concerns and all of the different points from all of these broad sections. I can't see my time. Broad sections.
I got the spirit of the question already. I can answer it.
I just feel like, I personally would have preferred that had been done, and that, so that to make sure that broad opinions and broad perspectives are being gathered, and that is equitable and diverse itself. And because it's just something that I think would have been a better foundation in which to
I have
start.
your question, and also
Yeah,
the spirit
so
of the
no
question,
vote.
and it is a fine question. I can answer it. Like, we're in a test and learn period right now. From a bandwidth perspective, we also don't have the structure because we don't know what we don't know. We needed a small, nimble, fast and flexible group that is able to, folks that I've worked with also before. I mean, somebody and I have been on the nominating committee twice in a row. Like, we're going to do work, right? And we've only got a very small time to do this. As we get this, we will be rolling this out and asking more people to join this. Of course, as we continue to go in front of the board, this will be a democratic process through and through. But as a task force, we need to move. And we've only got about a week and a half or 2 weeks to do this. James.
Oh, thanks. I just want to let you know that I did inhale, but I was wearing my underwear.
We can all say we did now because we
I
don't
was
have any
wearing my
fear of being
underpants, so I
arrested,
don't
thank
think it
God.
counts. My question is that the makeup of the task force, I am all for it. I think it's great, and I'm glad you're getting out ahead of it. This industry that's going to blossom. The makeup of the task force. I'm wondering, is there any members of the business community, or maybe they're not members of the business community yet, who may be part of it, that may be involved in the industry itself, as far as wholesaling or retailing it? Because I'm wondering if the illusion of members maybe profiting from it, and when you're considering who's going to be on the task force, whether that might be something you would consider.
I love the spirit of the question. I can answer this 2 ways. One, the community board has an amazing resource called the conflict line, and you can call it and let them know if there's a conflict, and they get to it real quick and they'll let you know if there's a conflict or not. I definitely encourage everyone that's new on this board to know that number, and if you do think there is one, there's a check here. That being said, I have nothing to do with the cannabis industry or what have you, and neither does anyone on this task force specifically. But even still right now, like, there's nothing that can be done. It hasn't rolled out like that yet. And so that being said, that's the first part of the question. Second part of the question is in terms of the business aspect of it, and also how it permeates into other pieces, perhaps of our committees. As Francisco said earlier in his piece of this conversation, this is going to impact every single committee, every single one we've got, from parks to youth and education, you name it. It's kind of like liquor does as well. And so we have an opportunity right now to make sure that foundation of how it does get distributed or disseminated, if you will, into those committees, we have the opportunity right now. But it doesn't start if we don't do anything. And that first do something is February 13th. And that's what we're going to do.
All right.
Aisha.
Thank you very much. You answered my question perfectly.
So, I meant to do something different. So first of all, I think that this is definitely necessary, especially because of the impact that our district probably has experienced disproportionate to many other districts in the city in regards to law enforcement. I've advocated for quite a bit of people who have been impacted, not only on the criminal side, but in their employment, in their housing.
Yes.
And so my question in relation to this February 13th deadline, is that the deadline for the hearing where you're going to be submitting a potential resolution? And if so, when is a meeting going to be held that the broader community, because of open meetings law, can be engaged in that conversation about developing whatever?
Let me start with the last one first. So the first meeting we had was this last week, when OCM came to our building at community board down there at 165th or something, 165th, and they presented to us. And Cedar was there, I was there, lots of folks were there, and we heard from them, and we were able to participate in that communication and conversation. That was the first step. Second step officially for us, I'm going to answer your question. I just want to say we've started. Now the next part in terms of how we're going to officially now be involved, if we're so lucky enough to have this task force, we will officially be able to have our CB12 voice in inviting those people, and everyone involved tertiarily and directly to our community board to not only speak on the task force as a task force can even hold certain workshops or meetings. We are official committee now. We can do those things. We just haven't been able to do that. Neither put together a calendar nor a plan. And we did talk about a calendar yet because we're not official. But now that we are official, as I said, the work starts tonight. And that becomes larger democratic snowball. Thank you, Angel.
Hey,
Faye.
Nobles, Faye, Liz, we're
Actually,
super
my
over time right now.
My question wasn't answered because being a stickler for process, open meetings law requires that we do this in the public forum and that there's
The first meeting will be streamed.
And
the
that
first meeting will be streamed.
That's not open meetings.
It's not?
What is the date of the meeting is my question.
We haven't made it yet. We're not even a task force yet, though. We need your vote tonight. I hope that means you're gonna give us.
Do you have a proposed date for that meeting?
Once we have our first meeting, I will make sure you know the proposed date. But let me just get the task force first, and I hope to have your support tonight.
It has, yeah.
Madam Chair,
He answered. Hold on, one second. He answered.
Make sure that we're adhering to open meetings.
No, I hear you.
I hear you, and I promise you, there will be open meetings. There will. Come on, girl. I'm a Gemini. I'm outgoing.
We have
Come
to
on.
adhere
For timing purposes,
we have a short window, so I want to know when the
Look,
meeting.
Phase on the movie
Hold
screen.
on.
She's prime time.
We've done really good all night at abiding by the 2-minute rule. Can we please move on to the next speaker so that we can continue in that procedure?
Because we're over time.
Faye, you're the last
and we have
hand,
more.
and thank you, Liz, for taking the shot and putting your hand down. I got you on text then. Faye, what's up? Your prime time.
Thank you. And thank you, for actually coming up with this idea. I'm not really big fan about cannabis, but something that I really looking into, that I see more the hospital to be more in charge of that. But my curiosity is, and that depends, of course, on whether or not how I'm going to vote tonight on this resolution, is if this is something that this task force may take in consideration, not slightly, but in a deeper manner in terms of having cannabis, those stores and all this kind of thing that affect school. Because one thing that I deeply concerned is to have cannabis around schools. And this has been like the outcry of this community. And that's something that I really am highly encourage this committee, pending that will be formed. Hopefully, that you will take that in consideration. If you think this is something that you're definitely going to support in terms of being mindful about having cannabis around public school, I'm in. Other than that, I'm not really sure about it.
Faye, I love that you were the last question up until about 10 seconds ago, because this is the most important part. I have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old daughter. And when it comes to the kids and cannabis use, just like alcohol, I will say, it does come with moderation and education. And as I said before, OCM does have a ton of educational resources that we'll be able to use as a community board to roll it out. But I will tell you, even from a personal note, that is one of the #1 priorities on my mind, and especially one of the reasons why we have to get this right. And I mean, you saw what happened with vapes, right? This is not that. This is going to be very different. So I want you to know personally, as the chair of this hopeful task force, that will be one of the #1 things in my mind, is how we make this safe for 21 plus and underneath the education and know what they have in front of them. But you got my word on that, no doubt.
Thank you. Thanks, Noel.
So then you will have my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see Ellie's hand. I know we really got to move on. We're beyond time. Jumi, are you ready for roll call? And
he's the old chair. I got to hear what he's got to say.
Okay, Ellie, yeah, while she's getting
Last
ready,
one,
we're setting up. Go, Ellie.
last one.
I'm good. No, I just I've seen how historically we've been extremely challenging when when it comes to approval of liquor licenses. And I think that this is a great opportunity to sort of like take a handle and shape how this thing is going to affect us all. And I read an article how he says that there's about 1,300 illegal marijuana shops throughout the city of New York, and just about 3 legitimate dispensaries. So I think this is a great chance of us shaping how it's going to work out for all of us. So thank
Thanks,
you.
dude.
It is an incredibly well put together resolution. Mr. Crawford, as usual, you killed it.
Thank you.
So
I had a lot of help. Shout out to
former
Wayne. Shout out
chair
to Jim.
endorsement, Nobles. That's
Shout out to
that's
Wayne.
a
Shout out to
badge.
Jim. Shout out to Catherine. Shout out to Domingo. Shout out to Francisco. Shout out to Isidro. Like shout out to somebody. Like literally everybody had a hand on this. Shout out to Debbie Nabavian, Liz Ritter. Like honestly,
you.
everyone had a
Oh my
hand. I
God,
really
Ritter.
appreciate your alignment.
All right, the shout outs went out. Thank you. Now we're gonna go on to roll call for voting. I would want see Maria, if you could share that slide real quick, because we do have 2 new board members. So we want to make sure they know what they're signing up for.
Okay, I don't.
No, it's okay. We can I can share, because I know me and Angel we're passing the baton on roll call. Oh, it's not there anymore. Okay, that's okay. So tonight we're gonna vote for folks who are new. You have the agendas in front of you, and so we use the numbers and the letters. So first you give your letters A, B, and C, let's say, and how you vote. First you say you give your no's and your conflicts of interest and any abstentions, and then followed by your yeses. Angel, what else am I forgetting?
No, that's about it. So, there are 11 licensing resolutions. Actually, 2 are withdrawals, but there's 11 on the agenda. And then you have an A and a B. State your no's, abstentions, conflicts of interest first. So you would say, I'm a no on 2, 5, and 9. Yes to the rest. Something like that you would say for our new folks.
I'll
Point
real
of
quick for our
point of information, point of
Yes, thank you,
point
Liz
of
Ritter.
parliamentary procedure. Can just to clarify, if you are one of our resolutions is opposing the application. So if you oppose that application, you would vote in favor of the resolution. So just be sure that you are clear on what is a double negative. If there's something that is opposing the application and you're in favor of the application, you would vote no on the no. The other thing for new members to keep in mind is if you abstain, that's not a no vote, but because it is also not a yes vote, it winds up not helping the resolution to pass. So just know what it is you are doing when you're voting yes, when you're voting no, when you're voting abstention, and if you are not voting due to conflict, you would state what your conflict is.
If I could amplify what Liz said as the parliamentarian, she's absolutely correct. But the thing that, and I think we have 2 new members, and you might go, what is this strange thing about abstentions? The city charter forces us to treat abstentions the way normally when you abstain, you're not even part of the voting. When you stay home from the voting booth on election day, you're abstaining. But when you abstain at this meeting, it does not get counted for whatever it is, but your being here does count, and therefore it makes it, you're not contributing to the majority that whatever it is needs. And that's because the city charter mandates us to do it in this way. Thanks a lot.
Great. All right, before Jumina, Angel start roll call, are there any questions? Clarifying questions? All right, okay, yes, Anthony.
Sorry, I'm just noticing now that on the agenda, resolution number 9 says Prestige Bar under licensing committee. but in the actual resolutions that were given to us, it had a different name for the restaurant. It was Havana Tacos. Just wanted to amplify that in case there were some wires crossed, what we're actually approving.
Is that the DBA, Isidro, or not, or was that an error?
It should be a Prestige Bar and Grill.
Okay, so not Havana Tacos. Got it.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for raising that, Anthony.
Prestige Bar and Grill is doing business. Havana Taco is doing business as Prestige Bar and Grill.
Okay. The reverse. All right. So, Jumina, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. It's Jumirna Al-Kober speaking, your assistant secretary. Thanks for the election. So right now, I'm pretty much going to do roll call for the 3 items we are going to be voting on tonight, starting with licensing, then Parks and Cultural Affair, and then the Cannabis Task Force. All right, so I'm going to start off. Angel Abreu.
Joel.
Joel, sorry.
Yes to all.
Okay. Sorry, Angel, were you typing or should I type it?
I can type it. You can do roll call.
Okay, thank you. Myself, yes to all. Next, Mariella Ali.
Marielle, yes to all.
Thanks, Marielle. So please correct me if I mispronounce your name. It is my first day, so please check me. And I know how it feels. My name has been mispronounced all the time. Okay. Next,
You're doing great
Richard
so far. Keep it
Alman.
up.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Thank you. Mary Anderson.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Jay Baez.
Yes, I abstain for 9 and yes to the rest.
Thank you. Jacob Banas.
Banis, thank you, Jimena, you're doing great. No to number 9, yes to the rest.
Thank you. Wayne Benjamin.
Hi, I abstain on 2, 5, and 7. Yes to the rest.
Thanks, Wayne. James Berlin.
I vote no on number 10 and yes to the rest.
Thanks. Daniel Bonilla.
Yes to all.
Thanks. Tanya Bonner.
No to 2, 9, 10. Yes to the rest.
Thank you. James Bosley.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Eliezer Bueno.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Daryl Cochrane.
Cochran, yeah. Yes to all.
Sorry about that.
That's
Thank
it.
you.
Like the lawyer,
Nobles
but
Crawford.
probably don't know that reference.
Not a lot of C's this year, Daryl. Thank you, Jamirna, for being secretary from one previous secretary to another. Yes to all, please.
Thank you. Luis Cruz.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Mancita.
Yes to all.
Mancita, how do I pronounce your last name?
In English, you would say Diawara. In French, you'd say Jawara, but I go by Diawara.
Diawara. Okay,
Diawara.
Sweet. I'm definitely gonna work on that, but we could talk on the side. Domingo Esteves.
I abstain on 9 and yes to the rest.
Thank you. Faye Florman.
Abstain on number 4 and yes to the rest.
Thank you. Barbara Fraser.
Yes to
Barbara
all.
Fraser.
Yeah, yes to all.
Sweet. Thank you. C. Marie Hernandez.
No to 9, yes to the rest.
Thank you. Jody Herson? Hearson?
Jody Herson, yes to all.
Miriam James?
Yes to all. It's Mariam, not Miriam.
Got it. Thank you. Leopoldo Jimenez?
Yeah, thank you, Jemima, and it's Leo for sure. And no to number 9, yes to the rest.
Thank you. Yusuf Kalinsky?
Yes, thank you. Yes to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Osi?
No to number 2, 3, 5, yes to the rest.
Thank you. Michelle Lee?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, Jamira, for taking roll call. I am yes to all.
Sweet, thank you. Francisco Lopez? Francisco Lopez. We'll come back to him. Elizabeth Flores Ritter?
Hi, I'm going to abstain on number 2. I'm voting no on number 5 and yes to the rest.
Thank you.
Did you call Lopez? I'm sorry.
Yes, we did. Feel
Okay,
free to share
sorry.
your vote.
Yes, no to 9, yes to the rest.
Okay, thank you, Francisco.
Thank you.
Maria Luna?
I am voting yes on AB 149. I'm voting no on 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 10. Better get used to my voting.
Thank you. Emily Martin?
Yes to all.
Thank you, Emily. Kimberly McCoy? Kimberly McCoy? Okay, we'll come back. Isidro Medina?
Yes to all, especially the tax force.
Thank you. Oh, we're not there yet.
My man.
Yes to all.
Thank you. Deborah Babian?
Well done. Yes to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Jonathan Nunez Frometa?
I vote yes to all.
Thank you. Aisha Ogilvy?
Yes to all.
Thank you. Bruce Robertson?
Awesome, Nobles. Yes to all.
Thank you. Bruce, are you saying yes to the licenses just to make sure, since you said yes to
Yes to all.
Nobles?
Yes to all. Yeah, everything.
Okay.
Thank you.
Steve Simon?
Not voting on A because of my position with the New York City Parks Department. Yes on all others.
Okay, thank you. Car Unigbu?
I will vote yes to all.
Thank you. Angel Vasquez?
I'm a no on 9, yes to the rest.
Sweet, thank you. And Catherine Diaz?
No on 9, yes to the rest. All right. Did you have to circle back to anyone?
Jamerna, I need to change a vote. This is Tanya.
Go ahead, Tanya.
I meant to say yes to 9 because it's an objection, so I had it backwards.
Okay. So just to
change the
clarify,
no to yes. Mhm.
so
Thank
just
you.
to clarify, Tanya, your only no's are on 2 and 10, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was not called, but I think that just might be because I wasn't put into the roll call yet.
Well, you should have been. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Welcome, Anthony.
Thank you, thank you. I vote no on 9 and yes to the rest.
Wait. Thanks, Anthony.
Chair, I think that concludes the roll call.
Awesome.
So
Thank
that
you.
concludes the roll call. Thank you, everybody, for working with me on my first day on the job.
There we go.
Feel free to
Good
reach
work,
out
good
if
work, good
anything.
work.
Props, girl, props.
Yes.
Thank
And
you.
Barbara's typing away
Yes,
at the
yes,
minutes.
yes, I am.
So, all right, we still
Thank you,
got,
Barbara.
let's
Oh,
work with
yeah.
me. Work with
Yep.
me, you guys. We still got business to go. Right now we're
Is
at,
Kimberly McCoy a member?
yes, she is. She's just not present at this time.
Thank you.
Okay. Let me just switch my AirPods. Sorry. So, we're at committee reports. If you are going to refer to your minutes, go on ahead and do so. We're gonna go in the order that I have here. Where'd it go? I think it was land use first. Yes, land use is first.
Yes. So thank you, Catherine. So I do refer everyone to the minutes of the January Land Use Committee meeting. I'll point out that we discussed two things. One was the Board of Standards and Appeals application for 2238 Cummings Street. And that's the residential development that's going up next to Holy Trinity Church. The last BSA hearing for this project was November 15th of last year, and the next and final will be either August 10th or 11th. And the materials for that meeting will be submitted to BSA in mid-March, and we will invite the applicants to brief the Land Use Committee at its March meeting. BSA has asked them to provide updated financial and engineering information, and the engineering information is really important because there is at present an extensive amount of rock removal that is proposed, and the question is, how does that impact the adjacent buildings? We also discussed the strategy for moving forward with Community Board 12 zoning initiatives, and similar to the discussion of how DOT responds or fails to respond, Community Board 12 has passed a number of resolutions pertaining to land use zoning related matters that the Department of City Planning or the Landmarks Preservation Commission have yet to act on. So one of the things that we asked is, what is the role for our elected officials to help advocate for that? We used a couple of examples where in Community Board 9, the borough president or the city council members took the lead in pushing through things that the community board asked for. And, one of the things that, we're talking about internally and will raise to the board is, what do we want the borough president and the council people to do for us? But in discussing that, we also mentioned something that has come up in the past, and that is, how do we track the status of resolutions, not just land use, but how do we track the status of resolutions the community would pass, and how do we know how the agencies or entities are responding to them, which is a major, issue that I think we need to get our hands on.
That's very important.
Okay,
My
excellent.
microphone is open.
It's all good. All right, thank you, Wayne. I'm gonna move on right along over to Eliezer for public safety.
Short and sweet. Great job, y'all. Awesome, impressive. Just basically on normal circumstances, I would just say go to the minutes, but we had an extremely good and helpful collaborative presentation from our friends at On Point NYC, formerly known as Corner Project. They came in, and along with Mahandi's Representative Jocelyn Minaya and the 33rd and the 34th precinct representatives as well, in which we went over some of the complaints that we had gotten in the past couple of months, as far as the ranges and other things. But basically, we came into some sort of an agreement in which they would work a little closer with the community as far as reporting any circumstances or situation that they feel that they could correct. I will get a copy of their presentation and I will distribute it at the office. In this case, we'll distribute it over to all the board members. But it was very informative, and we learned a lot of stuff from their presentation, especially how the two offices from the East Harlem and this office have kind of pretty much have gotten down pat their exercise of helping the people that have the addiction sickness, and how we can as a community collaborate. Some of the points that we touched briefly were mainly regarding what happens after the treatment takes place, especially the tunnel in 191st Street and also some of the parks. But they are extremely interested in some of us can actually come in and take a look at their operation and give them input so that they can take it a step further and be more work closer with our community. So I think it was impressive to learn how they've come a long way from when they had the mobile truck in 181st Street in St. Nick to where they are now. They're doing a great job. So I think that most of the committee members appreciated the work that they've done. And I saw Domingo that had his hand was raised, so he put it down. So he lowered
I
it.
just wanted to say thank you for the prompt response. So one of our local principals almost got clobbered by an individual that must have been on something with a stick, and Eliezer supported in communication with the local commander and with the needle exchange program, and it has really helped that area. But one of our local principals almost got hit with a stick as she was trying to prevent somebody from entering the school. And the man also almost removed his pants. So thanks for the prompt response and helping us communicate with individuals that could support.
Yeah, thank you, Domingo. I almost forgot that one. Yeah, that was very intense when we spoke to Principal Wendy and we talked about it. But it was good that it got resolved. So thank you for always being on point and having the pulse of what's really happening. So again, thank you, Nobles. Great job, and everyone else.
Thank you, Ellie. We're going to move on to next chair, Aging Committee, Concerns of the Aging, Mary Anderson.
Hi, everybody. I just want to say Happy New Year all. It's our first general meeting and of the new year. And again, welcome to all of the newly elected executive committee members. I just wanted, I can say refer to the minutes of our last meeting. We had a great presentation from Dr. Honig from Columbia on Alzheimer's disease and what's going on with that. And we also had some other discussions. One of the issues that came up is the fact that there used to be a bookmobile by the public library at some of the senior centers, particularly in Inwood. And that bookmobile has been stopped. So we're having a brief presentation at our next meeting on February 2nd from the public library to try to figure out what's going on with that, if it's temporary, if it's permanent, how we can get it restarted, because it's been a great source of ability for seniors who were not able to get to the libraries, particularly, some are closed, some are not accessible, et cetera, so that they can stay tuned with, reading materials. And it also provided an opportunity for people in the community to go to those bookmobiles when they were at the senior centers. Another issue that came up actually from the senior centers is that the grab and go meals have been stopped at most of the senior centers. Only if it's in their contract can they continue that. And the grab and go meals have been a source of nourishment for a lot of people in the community, a lot of seniors in the community that attend those centers. They've been relying on the ability to take home an extra meal for their dinner. And, you know, with that being stopped, there are a lot of seniors who may or may not have access to more than one meal a day that they get, you know, lunch at the senior centers. There are also some of the senior centers have people from, you know, like SROs who were taking the meal home and have no way of, you know, getting food and cooking it, because in the, you know, single rooms, they don't have cooking ability. So we're concerned about, you know, those people that cannot have access to any other food in the course of the day and on the weekends when the centers are closed. So, you know, we are going to talk about that more. Our meeting on February 2nd is going to be, as I said, a short discussion from the New York Public Library.
Mary, we're at your 3-minute mark, if you can just wrap up.
Okay, I just one more sentence, if I can
Sure.
just say. And we also are having a presentation on COVID updates by a doctor from the Ryan Health Clinics and Pauline Ferrante from the Office of External Affairs with New York City Department of Health. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mary. Next up, we have Health and Environment, Steve Simon.
Your 3 minutes have started, Steve.
This is the latest report on the impact of COVID-19 on our district. Our positivity rates for the last week were still somewhat elevated, but it actually in 3 of the cases below the citywide average. Zip code 34 was above the citywide average. Still, there were 164 new cases in our district last week, bringing we now have had a total since the beginning of the pandemic of close to 66,000 cases in our district. Almost 1 out of every 3 people has apparently had COVID. Since the last time we met on December 20th, over 2,000 people have gotten COVID, and 15 more people in our community have died from COVID. So the vaccine rates are still below the rest of the Manhattan, the rest of the city. 3 of our 4 zip codes are above 80%, and zip code 34 is still shy of 80% of people who have had just 1 dose. At our next meeting on February the 2nd, we will be getting a presentation from the health department on its neighborhood rat reduction work in our district. Also a presentation from a group called NYC Smoke Free. And we will be getting regular reports on COVID-19 and other matters from the health department, from New York Presbyterian, from the Columbia University Medical Center, and from Isabella Geriatric Center. That's my report.
Thank you, Steve. Next up is Housing and Human Services.
Hi, everyone. I'm Emily Marte. I'm the co-chair of the Housing and Human Services Committee. And in regards to our conversations from the last meeting, please refer to the minutes or look at the YouTube video that we have. We had a very productive meeting. We spoke about the committee goals and our priorities for the year. In the list, we separated it into an external and internal goals, and it included mental health, how cops should respond during any mental health cases, ongoing mental health services in the community, which is part of human services, addressing landlord issues, having a public forum for Fort Washington, and we're also looking at how other neighborhoods are going about dealing with their armory issues, such as Kingsbridge Armory in the Bronx, as well as talking about our resource directory, building and maintaining strong partnerships, and addressing fires in the neighborhood. And this is going to be in one of our future meetings. internally. We're going to talk also about a few things such as like budget and like including that in all the conversations, collaborating with other committees and such. And that's why for our future meetings, we are going to have, I'm reading my notes right here, HPD is going to join us. We have an Upper Manhattan representative for the alternate enforcement program who's going to present in our next February meeting. We're the first Thursday of the month at 7 p.m. And cover topics such as giving us an overview on HPD, talking about the alternate enforcement program, talking about 705 and 709 West 170th Street, code enforcement and fire code violations. We're also going to meet with Council Member Abreu, so we're kind of excited for that as well. And our first joint meeting will be with Health and Environment on sanitation regulations that have been passed recently. And that meeting is going to be with the Department of Sanitation of New York, DSNY. And that'll be in our March meeting at 6:30 p.m. At the time of the Health and Environment, first Thursday of the month, March 2nd. So not sure if I'm missing anything else, Marielle. But I think I covered most of it, if not all of it.
You definitely did. Thank you. Just a
Okay.
shout out to the committee, because we're a busy group, and clearly we have a lot lined up for the year. So excited to work with everyone on all those priorities.
Yes.
All right,
Thanks to Marielle.
Thank you guys. All right, next up we have traffic and transportation, Debbie.
Your 2 minutes are starting now, Debbie.
Ooh, I don't know if I'll be able to do this in 2, but not because
Three,
there's a
sorry,
lot.
you get three. You get three.
Okay. So for the most part, I'm going to refer people to the minutes. We had a pretty light agenda last month. I will say, however, what we were listening to was an overview of a new initiative in the DOT world. And then we also spoke a little bit about another new initiative that had sort of started to roll out a couple of months ago. And so initiatives are, come out of an agency, and in a citywide initiative, the opportunity for us as a community board is not so much, we can't prevent DOT from rolling out an initiative citywide. However, it is incumbent upon us to reflect any community district specific concerns, considerations, things that they might not know about how that will play or, in our community. So what we were talking about was a residential loading zone initiative, which is rolling out, which is trying to address the dramatic increase in residential deliveries that we've seen with the growth of e-commerce, certainly over a number of years, but certainly taking a spike during the pandemic. And that's caused a lot of congestion and unpassable residential streets. So we're talking about narrow streets that end up getting double parked and people can't get by, because of the number of like Amazon and UPS, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that was interesting. There's some proposed locations throughout the district. And so we heard about that. Let me though talk about next month and the February meeting and the 5. So there's sort of 2 big things, or 2.5 on the agenda. And let me just say something about the 5G matter. So one of the issues we have here is that Do It, or whatever it's called right now, is not a city agency. They are an office under the world of the mayor, under the mayor's office. So, and I will say, so they don't have an obligation, I guess, when it's not an agency, to come to us. And so what they had relative, again, to the citywide initiative was a public comment period, not public input sessions. Because of the efforts and the talents of our chair in helping people be their best selves in terms of outreach to communities.
That'd be your wrap, if you could start wrapping up.
Yeah, so Catherine created this opportunity at our February meeting for them to come and talk to our community. But that certainly wasn't sort of in their role. And one important thing, and let this just be an extension to what we had at the opening at the meeting, is that the reason that construction started, even though they committed to us that they wouldn't start constructing prior to they coming to the community board, is because the one they started constructing was part of a prior package that had its public comment period last year and which closed last year. But again, because of the activation of us yesterday, MBPO, Carmen de la Rosa's office, etc., we sort of got that halted. But which is to say there was a bureaucratic story here. So we also have in the agenda, well, whatever you'll see on the agenda, we have some stuff from Wheels and an initiative that they've been advocating for over a number of years. It relates to open streets, and DOT open streets will also be there. Domingo?
Okay.
Yeah, I read an article which basically states that and not to get into the whole like 191st tunnel debacle. I just want to be able to talk about they basically said that there was another arts project that was taking place. Was this committee by the DOT rep previously informed around any particular art projects taking place or a timeline of an a new art project taking place in that tunnel?
No, I was not aware, certainly.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Just for the sake of time, Debbie, we'll make sure to continue to blast the invite, excuse me, for the February meeting. And thanks for hosting that. We have 3 more committees and some old business and adjournment. So next up is business development. Francisco.
Your 3 minutes start now, Francisco. Francisco, do we have you with us?
Here. I don't think he's here anymore. Or Joel, do you guys want to speak?
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. You guys can refer to the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for that. Next up is youth and education. Faye.
Thank you. Well, I'm just going to be very brief. I just wanted to say that the committee discussed our goals. It was presented. We discussed it about like 12 or 13 topics. Committee is waiting to decide which topic we're going to be addressing first, or which exactly among these topics is going to be the final goals. That's what I'm waiting for. And we are able to conclude the pending conversation that we have with the school safety new policy in district, well, in public school, I should say, but our concern is our district school, of course. And I just wanted to refer the rest of my comment to the minutes and say also thank you to Jacob for helping us, with the minutes. It was a little bit long, but it was just wonderful. Thank you and good night.
Thank you, Faye. And bylaws task force, Daryl.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine. Good evening.
Now.
Oh, great, thanks. Just a few quick things. Our next meeting is February 8th. That's the second Tuesday of the month. For the next meeting, we'll be covering Articles 7 and 8 of our bylaws. That is the duties of board officers and the election of board officers. We've already done Articles 1 through 6. If you have any comments, please feel free to email them to me, and then we'll be tackling the rest of the articles in upcoming months. Thank you so much.
All right. Did I hear a voice?
I was just saying thank you.
Oh,
Sorry.
All right, cool. Thank you. All right, so that wraps up our committee and task force reports. So, and brings us to old business. We have one item under old business, which is related to the IT task force membership and engagement. Tanya, it was your item. You ready?
Yeah,
2
so,
minutes.
okay, so we have been trying to address this issue for a while. Basically, just for a little context, very quickly, there was some concerns from board member Aisha Ogilvy, who expressed that in our general meeting a couple of meetings back about even though she's on the task force, that she wasn't included and wasn't engaged with or included in anything related to that task force since she's been on it with current leadership. And so I raised that we should find a way to address this because anytime that someone is expressing these things with our board, that they're not being treated equitably or fairly, that this is something that should be of concern to us. And I see this as within a broader context of just other issues for context for board members. This board has been through a number of difficulties. There was a previous EEO filed on a previous board, a board chair related to gender discrimination that was substantiated by previous board, Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer. We have also, I work with a broad spectrum of board members to come up with a what we call the inclusion resolution that was passed in February of 2020, right before we were quarantined, that basically called on the board to address these issues and do certain things to correct these concerns around discrimination and equity. That was passed overwhelmingly. And within that, there was a provision that we would consider forming a grievance committee, though there's issues in terms of what should be called, which is fine, in terms of a way to establish a process to hear any kind of concerns around these issues and other issues as well. But that resolution has not been implemented since it was passed overwhelmingly in 2020. So within that context, these issues have come up. When I was on the executive, I also brought it up because I had heard concerns from Aisha about that as well and wanted to have that addressed, and it had not. And so at this point, what I want to see happen is that we address this issue specifically to IT, but also within the broader context, because we cannot address these things in piecemeal. It has to be looked at in a broader systemic context. And so that's right. And so that is what I am bringing today to ask how we're going to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand from Domingo.
Domingo,
I'm a
you
bit
have
confused. So
2 minutes.
is this about the IT task force, or because I'm a little confused right now.
It is about the IT task, the concerns that were brought by a fellow board member regarding her lack of engagement as a member of the IT task force. But all of these things are happening within a broader context. It's like with anything, when we have equity issues, it is never in a silo. There's usually a system that is in place to support inequity. So these, while yes, this issue is taking place within the about the task force specifically, these things must be dissected and looked at within the systemic part of the issue. And that's why it is important to bring the context of all of this, because that context matters and the systemic issues do matter as it relates to these issues. So it is about the IT task force, but within the broader systemic context, like with any issue of equity, it is always within the systemic as well.
Okay, cool. So is it cool
Okay,
to
hold
hear
on, hold
Aisha
on.
out?
Yeah, so I'm like, Domingo, she has her hand up. If you do have another
I
question,
had
you
2
can put your hand
minutes.
up.
You have your 48 seconds left, Domingo.
Oh no, I was just trying to say that I was just trying to listen to Aisha and her perspective.
Okay, so it's Aisha, Liz, and Richard.
So Aisha, you have 2 minutes. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, Domingo. So there have been many issues that I have raised over time with, did my video go back out? I don't see myself. Anyway, so there have been many issues that I have raised over time about different things, right? And of course, we have new leadership. I had a very long conversation with Kathy. And to be honest, this was one of the first times that a member of leadership has given me the opportunity to be heard on these matters, right? So I appreciate that. And I look forward to more of that in this new administration. That being said, it is unfortunate that my experience as a board member has had to be colored by some of the ways in which the board has allowed things to be handled. And there's a trajectory of how it got to where it has gotten, but the seeds are embedded in a lot of different situations. It is not just the IT matter, right? And Kathy reached out to me to talk to me about sitting down to have a meeting with members of the executive board, not the full executive committee, but members of the leadership. And Jonathan, at that time, I had just experienced a family passing, preparing for exams. I'm in school right now, and a movement in my employment as well. So it was not the greatest of times. So it was difficult to set a meeting then. My confusion, and I didn't know that this was going to be on the agenda tonight because I would have discussed this previously, but my confusion is in the email or the text that Kathy sent me, it was said, one of the things I raised in our conversation is the board members have a right to participate in activities and decisions that are about our board, right? Community members also have a right to sunshine in regards to decisions that we make about board function to an extent as well, right? So my concern was having a private meeting that others are not witness to, so that others do not understand the dynamics that take place, which causes grave impact. There's a lot of ruminations that I have seen. There's gossip that I am aware of because people don't truly understand what has transpired. And it's important
2
that
minutes are up, Aisha.
okay, it's important that people be involved in that conversation and that process, right? That being said, my understanding, so I thought that it was a violation of open meetings law to have a private meeting. Kathy reached out to Jim. Jim apparently said, due to the topic, it's fine, right? So I honestly want a little bit more context as far as how he views the topic to where it would need to be a private matter, because to me, it is about how the board is functioning in handling board matters.
Okay, so your 2 minutes are up. Thank you, Aisha. Madam Chair.
Yeah, we have Liz, Richard, Darrell.
Hey, so thank you for recognizing me. I am looking at the February calendar, and it says on Wednesday, February 8th, there's a licensing committee at 6:30. But earlier, when Darrell gave his report for the bylaws task force, he said that he was having a bylaws task force meeting on February 8th. I may have gotten the date wrong, I don't know, but my point here is the work of the board happens in committee and happens in task forces. And the reason why it's important to have sometimes a task force as opposed to a committee has to do with the attendance requirements and how quorum is counted and how many members it has to have and what are the responsibilities of the members of the task force. That all said, task force meetings are public meetings subject to the same New York State open meetings laws as any other meeting. So which is a very long way of saying they should be on the calendar. The cannabis task force, now that it's been constituted, should be on the calendar. The bylaws task force should be on the calendar. The nominating committee, when we have it, should not be on the calendar because that's a matter of personnel. And so that's like an executive session thing. But these meetings should be on the calendar. All of the board members should know when they are so that if we have input into these matters, we can weigh in on them so that we can work as a board. I'm not super interested in re-adjudicating all of the dreadfully dysfunctional things that have happened prior to now, because I don't think that's productive, but I'm deeply invested in making sure we do better going forward. And thank you.
Thank you, Liz.
So I'll recognize the order was Richard, Daryl, Jim. I'll full raise my hand after Aisha goes.
Your 2 minutes are on the clock.
My concerns were procedural. Liz just said about 50% of what was on my mind on a very serious topic here. And in the name of time, I'll defer on the other 50%.
Daryl?
Yeah, I originally raised my hand just to let people know about this issue that Aisha and Tanya are discussing about, in case they were wondering. The bylaws committee is certainly to an extent addressing issues of equity and of grievance, but it's something, given the schedule we've laid out, won't be resolved or voted on by the full board until probably the early fall. So I just want to let people know, and I think maybe they want a quicker resolution to this, but I just want to let people know about that process. But to what Liz was also saying about the next bylaws task force meeting, and I think that's why Jim raised his hand as well, excuse me, is that my understanding of it is that this is more of an internal process, because this is about internal board function, but it will be opened up to the full board, to the community, for comment and suggestions by the end of the spring is the schedule we were looking at. But I don't know if Jim wants to say more about that.
Yeah, if I could segue from that.
So,
Unfortunately,
Jim, real
our
quick,
friend-
Daryl, are you done with your 2 minutes then? Are you saying?
Well, how much time do I have left?
You've got 30 seconds.
I'll reserve it just in case.
No, you got to either use it up or it's gone.
No, it's fine. I don't have it. That was it.
Okay, thank you. All right, sorry about that, Jim. There you go.
Thank you. Unfortunately, our friend Liz was not correct about what doesn't constitute a public meeting. And in fact, neither is Daryl. A public meeting is almost like being in the audience of a court of law. You get to watch, period. That's what makes the meeting public. Now, when we have a task force, and this happens all the time, so I don't want to hear, I've never heard of this. This happens all the time everywhere in probably this country. You have observers, and the observers just observe, and that includes members of the board who are not members of the task force. Everyone just has to be able to watch. And obviously there's no chat either. That's what a public meeting is. Now, in order for the task forces, especially in the organizing stages, but there are other reasons as well. In order for the task forces to function efficiently, that has to be the rule part of the time. Now, maybe the task force can decide we will now have a 5-minute, period where we will hear public comment. But the task force, and I'm a member of the bylaws task force, we cannot possibly move ahead at any kind of reasonable speed if the entire board participates. Have some confidence in the task forces. You can watch all you want, and that's what the rules actually say. Thanks a lot.
Okay. I wanted to speak, I know, because also Aisha, Tanya are circling back. Richard, did you speak earlier?
He did.
I mostly deferred. I was.
Okay, but you did. Okay, no, I'm just going by the law, not the law, excuse me, how we're supposed to do stacks. And I also want to recognize that it's 10 and want to be able to walk away with concrete steps today. So to clarify what
You do have a new hand if you want that one, Madam Chair, just letting you know.
Yeah, well, Miriam actually hasn't spoken, so go ahead, Miriam.
It's okay. Next meeting.
Okay. To be clarified, it's on this agenda tonight because it was introduced here, I think in November or December, November actually. So that's why we're discussing it here. And so to add to the context, what I would say is that the meeting request, and I think also part of that is, as chair, I'm responsible now for the member assignments to committees and task forces, and also just the general space and how folks are feeling, which is why, we're doing one-on-ones, why we're also making sure how and checking in terms of people's experiences and engagement on the board. So the meeting request came from what, would be deemed like a personnel piece or the interpersonal piece, to be able to understand what has and hasn't transpired around the task force. Also, two people don't make a task force, right? So being able to understand, what has happened, what in terms of the task force itself, what has happened, what is it that folks have seen that should and can, where can it go, and be able to recruit at least one more member to be able to form a task force that can actually meet, because my understanding is that the task force as a task force hasn't actually met. So that was the intention. That's the scope in terms of the conversation, and why, for example, it was because there was never that necessary space within 1-to-1, 2-to-1, 3-to-1 to be able to understand from an interpersonal piece what has happened, what hasn't happened. Totally agree. When we had around the grievance piece, I do see these things as parallel processes. There are one of the things I've been looking at in terms of other community boards are personnel committees, which have existed here at CB12 in the past, but also personnel and grievance committees, or personnel and like survey committees. So they call them different things. I do see and sense, and I think, that's to hear from other members as well in the coming months of, we have a lot of work to do in terms of our bylaws. And so being able to see when and where we can start these parallel processes so we can get there. So that I'll leave it there.
Decided to look inside.
So worker felt like it was a pumpkin.
Hold on, I'm gonna shut Miriam's mic's off. So it was Aisha and then Tanya.
So I feel like we went off on a tangent into minutia about process unrelated. I'm not sure if there was a suggestion being made to entertain this topic in the bylaws committee. I do appreciate understanding what the bylaws committee's process is and how to get involved in that. However, this is not a new issue that should be deferred to a later time, because it may be heard at the bylaws committee, because as Tanya has mentioned, this is a long existing issue within the board that is layered, and that there's already been business attached to it that has moved in motion, and even a resolution that has been ratified in that regard that has not been honored and addressed. And as I have said to Kathy, there have been board members that don't bother showing up to meetings, that fall asleep in meetings, that don't participate, that have been given more grace than I have, who have been very diligent and involved for the entire years that I've been involved here, showing up to meetings that I need to be at, that I don't need to be at, community meetings as well as being in a plethora of leadership positions, right? And despite that, where this is concerned, there has been constructive silencing that has taken place with this board. And that is what needs to be addressed. And that is the business that is left open to address. And it doesn't only fall with the IT committee. It's not a concern between myself and Jonathan. Jonathan's only part in that is that he was appointed as chair of IT, but there were other people responsible to that task force for its functioning. But in fact, as an aside, the IT task force has had meetings in the past and had many other members as well in the past.
Thank you, Aisha. Your
Thank
2 minutes are up. And I believe Tanya, the chair, recognized you after
your
2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, first I want to circle back to a couple of things that were said, and then I want to address some broader things. But one of the things that Liz said is that, and I understand we don't want to rehash all this old stuff. But that's how repair happens. That's what repair is. You cannot have reparations without reconciliation. Those things go together. Just like when all of the atrocities that happened with the Holocaust, we had to revisit the things that happened to people. That thing that was important in order to determine, in order to say, look, there needs to be reparations as far as that's concerned. When you look at places like South Africa, there was whole like testimonies about the damage that that whole system of apartheid caused people before there could be any sort of repair. So I don't think that those things will be erased because people are still traumatized by them and people were impacted by it. And to say that that we can just move forward, no, that's not how it works. So that's never how it works. And or in any DEI space or anything else, what the harm that's caused and accountability must be a part of that process for what has happened in order for anything to move forward. So just so we're clear about that. But I also wanted to say that I think that's what's happening is there is I don't know if there's a complete understanding of the importance of the process of addressing these things. It's not about Aisha griping or somebody else griping. That's not what that is about. This is a really important because how we treat each other and how we do and respond to issues of inequity. How can we go out there and start campaigning for equity about all these other issues when we're not practicing at home? So those things are very important. We can't be hypocrites, right? So, and also we want to make sure we're taking care of our board members and that they are being treated fairly so they can bring their best selves and work to their highest ability. And additionally, I feel that
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure, you can
Can you wrap it? Now I got like 4 hands. Yeah.
Right, but here's the thing. This has been pushed back this is the third time that this is, and the first time I had to force it on the agenda twice, okay? And then we're not, and I understand, but we have to also think about, I understand the timing of it, that we have to be timing. I respect that. I don't go over my time when I'm talking. You can go check the tapes. I respect the times, okay? But when something like this and to be pushed back 3 times and have to fight to get it on it, and we can't even express and feel like we have the space to really address it is also part of the inequity. So, you know, I just feel like this is an issue, like I said, that is a broader systemic issue. And yes, the IT task force has met. I asked for the IT task force to start giving presentations at the executive committee when I was on the executive, because I wanted to know and I felt all the task force should be giving presentations. What are you doing? What are you accomplishing? I really advocated for that. And so, you know, but I'll leave, you know, it is what it is. But I'm just saying that there is a lot going on in a broader context, and it is impacting our ability to function properly as a board and to really utilize our members to their best ability. And that's why this matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm going to limit not responding to your point. I also want to do a time check. It's 10:07, the general meeting, where this isn't the last time we're ever going to be discussing this topic or broader topics around the processes of our board. So I want to hear a voice that I haven't heard, I think tonight, besides once, was Leo. I'm gonna recognize real quick the hands we have. We're gonna wrap up with next steps and a call for new business, excuse me. So Leo.
Thank you, Kathy. So I'm just a little confused. I know that we have discussed this more broad tonight, and it's been on the agenda for the last couple of months. So my question is, what is the solution they are seeking? Like we've heard the grievance. We understand, you know, that they have a gripe with the previous administration and how things were handled, but now we have a brand new administration with support of 46 or 45 other board members. You know, Kathy seems to have been putting in processes to examine and to kind of understand how the bylaws work and affect us, right? So give it time. It just started. We have to give it time, and I feel like right now we're just kind of dragging the night out. Some of us, you know, have been on this call for over 3 hours, and we'll keep running around the same bush with no solution. So I would like to motion to adjourn, if that's okay with you, Kathy.
Second.
I would hold on.
New business.
I'm done with
Hold
it.
on.
You all do what you need to do.
Tanya, please.
There's a
Board
second on
members
the
that
floor.
don't care should log out.
Please.
Because that's
Aisha, I'm gonna mute folks. because we've had a great meeting and do not need to speak over
Correct.
people in this
Correct.
fashion. We are
Correct.
this was added on the agenda. The same thing happened. We're talking about it now. We've had I think we've had about 15 minutes worth of discussion and there's 5 other hands. I said I was going to recognize 3. I know in terms of parliamentary procedure, right now there was a motion seconded. Jim, I don't know, call me crazy. Let me get the 3 hands. Let's talk concretely because there were some concrete asks made this evening and I heard some good points. And then we can move forward and explore where we host this conversation. That may not be the end of the general meeting because it's not the most conducive space for this. So
I
Liz.
agree with you entirely, Catherine, and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Jim. All right, Liz.
Second.
Thank you. It's hard to have a serious conversation on an important topic at the end of a long agenda when it's late and we're tired, and I appreciate everyone's forbearance. I said in the chat, but I want to state publicly that Tanya's previous point was extremely well taken. And I apologize for sounding like I was trying to gloss over the past as if that was unimportant. I think it's very important to move forward in a good, productive, and respectful way. And I think this meeting, both in general and on this topic in particular, has been a really good example of that, and that feel hopeful. I would very much like to see a clear commitment to the DEI concepts that were so clearly articulated in the inclusion reso that we passed several years ago. And then like the next thing that happened 15 minutes later was a global pandemic, and just so many things fell by the wayside. So I do really want to make sure that space is made to have this conversation in executive, that DEI is robustly rolled into new member orientation, because I know we're working on that, and that we continue to have these kinds of conversations respectfully and productively moving forward. And that respect includes not saying call for adjournment when people are just tired of the meeting. Yo, if you're tired of the meeting, then just leave, but don't take a quorum with you, and don't call for adjournment because you're pissed off and tired. I yield my 4 seconds.
Thank you. Maria, Domingo was the last hand that I had recognized. Sorry.
Okay, I due respect that Tanya and Aisha, we have, as they said, this has been going on for a long time. My recommendation would be to give opportunity to the new leadership to sit down and put this thing in some type of context, because these arguments at the end of the meeting, no matter what Liz said, we don't have hours and hours and hours to listen to 3 or 4 people going over and over about the same thing. With all due respect to all of you, I also have my time to consider. So I think that the best thing to do is set up a group of people that can analyze the issue, come up with recommendation to the entire, membership, and let's move on. I think this is because we are aggravating our relationship. We are getting, upset with each other when it shouldn't be. We need to work together, for heaven's sake. We have a responsibility, not just to us, but the entire community. So I think that it merits that the new leadership that we have elected in December sit down and confront this issue and come to a solution and present it to the full board. And from there, we will all learn, because by doing that, we learn. So thank you so much. But I think that we have heard everything over and over and over, and I just don't see a solution tonight. So let's give them the opportunity to, to at least have respect for the issue that Aisha and Tanya have brought forward. Thank you so much.
Domingo.
Yeah, I got my 2 minutes, Angel, whenever you're ready, boss.
Yep, you got your 2 minutes.
All right, cool. So my only concern is, right, we vote for new leadership every December. And I think it's important to understand that voting board members voted overwhelmingly for a chair and an executive committee to be able to address issues that have been raised today and figure out next steps, right? So I think it's one, we have to respect that as well. So it's not like, hey, I need to meet with somebody else when you're talking to the chair of the board. You know what I'm saying? Which 45 board members voted for, and I think that has to atone for itself. That's one, right? Number two, I find it very disrespectful, right? When you talk about somebody else's situation, but yet you don't even have the decency of calling them like, hey, I'm adding this to the agenda, as Aisha clearly stated right now that she didn't even know this item was going to be added to the agenda, and it's talking about her. So when we talk about common decency and taking board members into account, let's just do the actual action of it and not just the theoretical self-pleasing components. So if we're going to address an issue that's impacting the board, there should be a common decency of actually engaging the individual that you're raising the agenda item for. And I think that alone, we have to start atoning to a lot of what we're doing in this board. And there's a lot of people busting their asses every single day. Let's figure this out. There's a lot of good people that believe in equity and want to move this forward, but let's stop manipulating situations to be able to push forward self-promoting agendas. Thank you.
Okay. I have recognized Domingo as the last hand, as much as I want to call on folks.
I had my, I'm sorry, and I haven't spoken all night.
I
It's
will
okay.
allow. I know I'll allow, but then that means I allow Jay, who hasn't spoken on this item.
I actually would like to just make a motion. That's what I would like to do.
Oh, okay. I guess what's the motion?
I'd like to move that we take up the resolution that was passed prior to the pandemic on DEI and have it be discussed during the next executive committee meeting so that we can all get some kind of context as to, I wasn't even around when that resolution passed, for example. So I would like for us to take that resolution, let's bring it to the executive committee meeting in February, and let's have the larger conversation in executive committee.
Second.
Okay.
I just want to say really quick,
second.
when you counted hands, I definitely saw Jay Baez's hand up.
Yeah, I know. I said his name.
Okay, I didn't hear him.
Yeah, I said his name. Hold
And
on.
I'm
There-
not
it was-
Kathy, I'm not a part of the executive committee, even though I wrote the resolution. So I can't participate in that discussion. So think about that.
That's not, Tanya, hold on. That's one, not true. Executive committee is open, unless parliamentarian and folks, the veterans here, correct me. In the newsletter, for example, the exec committee is always going out, so folks are aware of the agenda and the time and are able to participate as board members. So there was a second on that motion. Is there an objection? And Jumi, if you can look a little bit at what our current quorum is. Are there any objections to that motion?
What exactly is the motion?
The motion is that we
Go ahead.
go ahead.
It was yours, say it.
I move that we take the DEI resolution and have it be added to the executive committee agenda for February for discussion.
I second.
Okay, it was seconded already. So yeah, it was already second. So I wanted to start in terms of voting. Are there any, but I'm gonna do the opposite for the sake of time. Are there any objections to the motion?
My objection, yes.
Okay,
I don't have an objection to it being an executive. The thing that I'm bringing up is because in the past, and as of recently, we've been told that board members cannot participate, cannot speak, and this is from James Berlin, cannot speak in the executive committee meetings. So, and that was when I was on executive, was what we were told, and I know that to be true. So that's why I brought that up, Catherine. I wasn't saying that executive wouldn't be, we shouldn't discuss it in executive. I'm just bringing up the fact that that the rule that has been enforced is that if you were not allowed, you can listen, but you weren't not allowed to speak. And that has been my experience. That has been what has been happening. That can be obviously changed, and I strongly recommend that is. But that's why I brought
Okay.
that up. I just wanted you to know because
May I
If
make
I
an
could
I
amendment?
hear it.
comment
So
on that?
point of order, I'm gonna do a point of order, point of information. Excuse my Robert's rules. Go ahead, Jen. And we can clarify, move forward.
Okay, it turns out, just like I discussed before, that if you look carefully, the executive committee can restrict the discussion to itself. However, at any time, the executive committee can invite members of the board to participate. They wouldn't get to vote, but they can certainly participate. So insofar as you were instrumental, Tanya, in this resolution, it would be appropriate for you to be at the executive committee, and you presumably would be able to participate. So
Okay.
that I believe that's what I've been saying all along. And in the past, I think the executive committees were stricter about that. I think lately we've been more open to the participation, but again, the technicality is there that because you're not a member of the committee, you are not required to be allowed to speak. But again,
Okay.
we're reasonable people, and obviously if a board member has, information that's important to the discussion, it would be foolish for us not to allow them to speak.
Okay, so you clarified that. I saw head nods. We were still in the voting of it, right? So I'm gonna ask the question again. Is there?
I have a amendment to offer.
Angel, you have an amendment.
Angel may accept as friendly, that this be referred to the executive committee and that board members, that this motion specifically stipulate that board members be allowed and welcome to participate in this very important discussion.
Yes, I accept that amendment.
Okay.
Outstanding.
Thank you. So going back, are there any objections?
Objection.
Okay, that was who?
Joel.
Joel. Okay, got one. Is there any other objections?
Okay, the point is, the second there's an objection, we now have to take a roll call vote. If there were no objections, the thing would just pass. But the
Thank you,
second
you're
we have
right.
one, we now have to vote.
All right, Jumi, can you pull up? There you go. You got your
Yes,
spreadsheet?
here we go.
Go ahead from the.
Yes. Using my pen real quick.
We can do it from the laptop. Julie.
Yeah, I was gonna say just do it.
Oh,
from the
Angel, you ready? All right.
participants.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, starting with Joel Abreu.
No. So, yeah, so I'm
No,
voting
we can't
no.
discuss, Joel. We can't discuss.
I'm
We
not,
just
I'm
vote.
not discussing. I'm just
You
point
either
of
say yes or no.
clarification.
What
Can
is
you
the vote
clarify
for?
what we're voting for?
What are we
Yes.
voting for?
We're Angel. Can you repeat it again?
The motion on the floor is that the executive committee take up the DEI resolution that was passed, not sure how many years ago, but that was passed. And I accepted an amendment that board members are welcome to come to the executive committee in February to participate in said conversation.
It was
So
passed
no.
in May of 2020.
There you go.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
March of 2020.
Okay.
Right before the global pandemic.
All right. Great.
No.
All right, thank you, Angel.
No,
I
That's Joel. Joel
I
Abreu voted no.
I mean, sorry. It's because I'm looking at your name and I see him. Sorry. All right, so Joel said no. I say yes. Marielle Ali. Sorry,
Yes.
Marielle.
No, you had it right the first time. Yes.
Richard Almond.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Mary Anderson.
Yes.
Thanks. Jay Baez.
Yes.
You. Jacob Banas.
Yes.
Thanks. Wayne Benjamin. Wayne Benjamin.
Not in the meeting.
I think he
All right.
left.
All right. James Berlin.
Yes.
Thanks. Daniel Bonilla.
Yes.
Thank you. Tanya Bonner.
Yes.
Thank you. James Bosley.
Yes.
Thank you. Eliezer Bueno.
No.
Thank you. Daryl Cochran.
Yes.
Thanks. Nobles Crawford.
Thank you, Jamirna. Yes.
Thanks. Louis Cruz. Louis Cruz.
You must have stepped away.
Okay. Mancita Diarra.
Yes.
Thanks. Domingo Esteves.
Yes.
Thanks. Faye Fordimon.
She must have stepped away.
Okay. Barbara Frazier.
No.
Okay. C. Marie Hernandez.
Yes.
Thanks. Jody Herson.
Yes.
Thank you. Miriam James.
Yes.
Thank you. Leopoldo Jimenez.
Yes, and I request that the DEI resolution be sent to the board prior to
Yeah.
the meeting so we can see it.
Thank
Thank
you.
Yeah, thank you, Leo.
Sweet. Yusuf Kalinsky. Yusuf.
He's must have stepped away.
It's Yosef.
Yosef. Osi.
Yes.
Thank you. Michelle Lee.
Yes.
Francisco Lopez.
I
Yes.
think
Thanks. Liz.
Yes.
Thank you. Maria Luna.
No.
Thank you. Emily Marte.
Yes.
Thank you. Kimberly McCoy.
not present.
Okay. Isidro Medina.
Stepped away.
Deborah Nabivan.
I'm gonna abstain.
Jonathan Nunez Frometa.
I'm abstaining.
Okay. Aisha Ogilvy.
Yes.
Thank you. Bruce Robertson.
Yes.
Steve Simon.
Yes.
Thank you. Carl.
Yes.
Thank you. Angel.
Yes.
Anthony Viola.
Yes.
Thank you. And Catherine Diaz.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Luis
The
Cruz
motion
came
has
back.
passed.
Hold on. Luis Cruz has his hand up for voting.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Luis.
I don't know if these are old hands, but okay, so this is coming back to, excuse me if I'm rambling because I'm a little tired, but it's coming back to exec. What I would stress before we move forward tonight is the fact that, like, as I said at the beginning, that my calendar is available in terms of the one-on-ones. And so because in the next 2 months, we're going to be doing, I should say, committee assignments. If you are interested, if you have questions, if you have grievances, currently at this time, we do not have a separate body outside of the executive committee based, because we haven't necessarily formed a grievances or whatever we want to call it committee. That's the space. So if you do have questions that you do want to bring up, feel free to schedule those. I saw that Aisha does have a point of information, and the last hand is Joelle. And I think with that, we can move forward to new business.
So my point of information is in relation to the structure of the meeting. I'm raising a statement that OC made in the chat. We have an agenda for our meeting, and it goes from the open to the close, right? Which includes new business and old business. We have seen often, and I believe too often, where members, when the topic at hand does not suit them, will push for a close even before the business of the board is done. And I want to know the parliamentary procedure or the parliamentarians' understanding of how that plays out. Is that even proper or possible that a call for a close can be put forward before we even finish the agenda of the meeting that has been adopted.
Okay. Aisha, before it goes back to Jim, because I think that's actually a key point, is that one, my next ask of MBPO is when the trainings are coming forth, because they actually haven't saved any of their trainings on their YouTube channels around Robert's Rule of Orders. We did disseminate, I think this morning or yesterday, what the Robert's Rules of Order cheat sheet is. But that is a space that we do need to strengthen as a board training. I would say, I think this is a better question where with a little bit more reflection point that he can send over a formal answer, and we can include that into our meeting norms at meetings, so that we're aware of when motions are able to be made and not made.
So in answer to Aisha's question, and I agree that it's probably not a great example of justice, but technically a motion to adjourn can be made at any time. Now, if the board doesn't want to adjourn because they want to keep on talking about, excuse me, I'm talking. If the board doesn't want to adjourn, they just vote against the motion to adjourn and the meeting continues. But those are the rules. And I agree that it's not good policy. It's not respectful. But again, the rules are the rules. So there you go.
Okay.
Thank you, Jim.
So having no other motion on the floor on this item, I want to be able to move forward towards to see if there's any new business.
You have one hand on the floor.
Daryl.
No, I'm sorry. That was for a motion to adjourn. If I didn't realize there was another section, my apologies.
If we're going through new business, adjournment. All right, Daryl motioned.
Motion.
Let the
then to
record
adjourn.
go. Domingo
Second.
seconded. I guess Liz was about to third it. Thank you everyone for your patience, for your attendance, for your presence. This was a really great meeting. We will see you back on the screen. Anthony, we will talk because you need committees. And yeah, until next time, keep an eye out on the new member newsletter, and some folks will be getting emails tomorrow from board staff.
And before
have
we
a great
close the meeting, thank you.
Great job,
to all the
Kathy.
New officers, you
To the
did,
team.
you all did a great job.
Great job.
Kudos.
Good work,
Whoever
everybody.
makes the dream
Bye-bye.
Good
work.
work, everyone.
Second,
Everybody.
take it easy, all.
Thank
Peace.
you. Bye.
Unanimous, Nobles.